Previously, when he was acting wildly in Xian Wu Pavilion, he was shot in the head by Tan de Peo. Previously, when he was acting wildly in Xian Wu Pavilion, he was shot in the head by Tan de Peo. Unexpectedly, one could still see them in this million people. Of course, Prince of God's eagle came here on purpose. He was dressed in royal robes, and the heavenly eagle imperial family insignia on his chest was extremely eye-catching, as if he was afraid that others would not recognize him. He walked in front of Long Fei and gave a disdainful sneer. "Brat, we meet again. I told you. The next time we meet, I'll make you kneel in front of me." Very arrogant. In his eyes, Long Fei was just like an ant. Long Fei sneered. Prince of God's eagle stared at him. "What are you sneering at?" Long Fei said. "I don't think I'm kneeling in front of you? What? How do you want me to kneel?" The Prince of God's eagle sneered and said, "Don't worry, what's the rush? As long as you participate in the selection, not only will you kneel in front of me, I will also make you beg for death." Long Fei said, "Don't, if you're capable, then touch me right now. I really want to know what it feels like to be unable to live and to beg for death. Don't wait any longer, let me give it a try right now." Long Fei took a step forward and stared at Prince of God's eagle. "Towards this request, I especially want to satisfy you. Quickly, quickly come and make me beg for death." Prince of God's eagle was stunned. He had never seen such a person before. Moreover, Long Fei didn't get scared just because of his identity, not even a little. In the western regions, the Heavenly Eagle Empire had some reputation. He could not be compared to the Fatri sect, but he was also a powerful martial nation. With the God's holy state's powerhouse as a leader, his might could be felt in every direction. There were many people who did not know about the Heavenly Eagle Empire. However, his threat to Long Fei was completely useless. Did he not explain it clearly? Prince of God's eagle said heavily, "I am a prince of the Heavenly Eagle Empire. In your world, I am a godlike existence. If you provoke me, I will." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei said again, "I know I can't live, I can't even beg for death. Come now, let me taste that feeling." Prince of God's eagle's face sank. "You?" Long Fei said. "What about me? Are you coming or not? If you don't dare to come, then scram to the side. Laozi really doesn't have the heart to bullshit around with you. What a waste of expression. How preposterous. Do you believe that I'll let you?" Prince of God's eagle shouted. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei interrupted once again. "You want me to beg for death? Do you want me to beg for death? One of the things I have to do about this unreasonable request is to do what I can to satisfy it. Come on. Come now." Prince of God's eagle was enraged beyond belief from Long Fei, and said with a heavy voice, "You think I don't dare? You dog! I'll let you go now." As he spoke, he prepared to make his move. However, the two elders at his side instantly pulled at the prince and whispered, "Your Highness, he wants to anger you. Once you make the first move, you will lose your qualifications to be chosen." "Huh?" Prince of God's eagle trembled slightly, laughed coldly, and said, "So that's how it is? No wonder you're so fearless. Are you trying to screw me over?" Long Fei laughed and said, "Deceiving you?" To be honest, he had never thought about it, but "If you touch me, I will make you disappear from this world. This is true." It was a very dull sound. However, if Prince of God's eagle really dared to make a move, Long Fei would really make him disappear from this world. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone offends me, I'll give them 3 points of respect. If someone offends me again, I will K his ancestral tomb." Of course, under normal circumstances, before Long Fei's personality could reach third place, he would already be making his move. The eyes of the two elders beside Prince of God's eagle turned cold. How arrogant! A mere God's elephant state warrior can only be so arrogant. Who gave you that kind of courage? Long Fei said. This daddy has been this savage since the time I was born. This is my nature, do you not accept this? It's still the same old saying, if you don't accept it, then do it to me. If you don't dare, then go to the side and cool me down. Don't blindly compete in front of Lousy. In the eyes of outsiders, Long Fei was truly arrogant. However, he felt that he had kept a low profile. If not for his good mood today, he would have already made his move. You. The eyes of the two old men became sinister. Prince of God's Eagle said, Black Wind, anyway you don't participate in the selection, once you make a move, Fatry sect won't punish you, just kill him directly. Lousy wants to see how he can still be so arrogant. At this moment, an old man walked over and asked, Brother Black Wind, what's wrong? Do you need help? It was also at this moment. Long Fei's pupils contracted slightly. The expressions of Tan de Peo, Su Su, and Lan Mei changed as well. The old man walked up and glanced at Long Fei. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted slightly, and very subtly, revealed a cold smile. This sneer carried a trace of pride. Zhang Tianfeng. This time, he was going to be the main examiner of the rookie assessment. It could be said that he was the key to determining the life and death of this exam. And also the person that Long Fei offended the last time in the Xian Wu Pavilion. Zhang Tianfeng also said slightly upon seeing the Prince of God's Eagle, Your Highness. When Prince of God's Eagle saw Zhang Tianfeng, he immediately became excited and said, Uncle Zhang, cancel this brat's qualification to take the examination. Finished. Prince of God's Eagle looked at Long Fei with a proud smile. Zhang Tianfeng said, You are disqualified? This kind of thing is hard to do, but of course, if this person has an improper character, or is an evil demon who causes too much killing, then I do have the right to disqualify from the exam. Finished. Zhang Tianfeng revealed a cold expression as he looked at Long Fei. He said those words to Long Fei, to let him know, brat, your little life is in my hands, you aren't obedient? I'll send you back to your original form in minutes. Long Fei was not stupid, so he naturally knew this in his heart. Tan de Peo secretly tensed up. If they were disqualified, then all the preparations they had made in the past 6 months would have been in vain. They knew better than anyone that Long Fei had been working hard for this time's Fatry sect assessment. It was also at this time. Ha ha ha! Brother Long Fei, finally found you. Long Fei slightly raised his eyes. Tan de Peo seemed to have seen a ray of hope. Big Brother Yuan. Ha ha ha! All of you are here? That's great. The one who had come was Yuan Tianwang. Ever since he had returned from the East Imperial City, he had strived his utmost to make recommendations to his master. East Imperial City was a land of trash. In this Fatry sect, only Yuan Tianwang was one person. Moreover, back then, when she had chosen him to become a flower scout, many elders had criticized him and made him a joke. It was to the extent that her master was unable to lift his head up high. Even so, Yuan Tianwang highly recommended Long Fei and the others, and he believed that Long Fei would definitely be able to wash off the reputation of the East Imperial City. Seeing the clothes of an official disciple, Prince of God's Eagle also shivered slightly. Tan de Peo straightened his body, wanting to take back the honor. Zhang Tianfeng said coldly, So it's the White Horse Scout Yuan Tianwang? Yo, is your cultivation still at the 9th level of the Emperor Realm? Why haven't you broken through? The 20th place disciple who entered Fatry sect with you has already broken through to the Emperor Realm. He mocked her directly, not sparing her any face. Not only that, Yuan Tianwang did not dare to refute him, and bowed respectfully. Elder Tsang. Dawn disappeared. Tan de Peo's body sank as he exclaimed in his heart, This is bad. Long Fei's gaze also tensed up. The feeling of being in the hands of someone else was not good at all. Zhang Tianfeng looked at him with a cold smile. Long Fei overestimated Yuan Tianwang's position in the factory sect. Cinnabar, 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 Cinnabar. Long Fei overestimated Yuan Tianwang's position in the factory sect. Cinnabar, 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 Cinnabar. The top 3 disciples in the examination were actually not even a steward in the factory sect? Is not really. Such as if it was any other disciple, they wouldn't even need to look at Zhang Tianfeng, but Yuan Tianwang couldn't because of his strength. Quake, even if you are an inner disciple, you are the king of strength in this world, and you have no right to speak if you don't have strength. This was reality. Such as if Yuan Tianwang had really stepped into the emperor realm, that would be a completely different story. Moreover, he came from the East Imperial City, and the place people mocked him at, he was also the laughingstock of the factory sect. Everyone knew that there was a piece of trash from the East Imperial City in the factory sect. In the factory sect, Yuan Tianwang really couldn't raise his head, but he had never admitted defeat. He was still unable to break through. It was like a shackle had tightly locked onto him. Yuan Tianwang had also noticed the strange look in Zhang Tianfeng's eyes, and said with a slight smile, "Factory sect will not miss out on any talents, don't worry. Elder Tsang is still very fair, very fair." Right. Elder Tsang, Hyde Tianfeng's pupils contracted slightly, and revealed a smile that hid a blade, and said, "Of course, for the factory sect's eternal prosperity, I will naturally not miss out on any genius. Among these geniuses, there are some who are disobedient and like to mess around, kill, and disobey orders. People like these who do not submit to rules and regulations can become a scourge even after entering the factory sect, so being able to get rid of them as soon as possible is the best." "Mr. Long, whose is it?" Her 2 eyes looked at Long Fei, smiling merrily. Without waiting for Long Fei's reply, Zhang Tianfeng smiled and said, "Will you obey the teachings?" Hyde Tianfeng looked at Long Fei. Dragonfly was also looking at him. The 4 eyes meet, there is the feeling of killing intent was slowly growing in his heart. Yuan Sky King saw that Long Fei was deliberately coughing. Seeing that Long Fei did not answer, he immediately said, "Don't worry, Elder Tsang, I know him well, he must be." Zhang Tianfeng's eyes turned sinister, the muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched, and he bellowed, "I didn't tell you to say, I told him to say." He didn't give the slightest bit of face. He was an inner court disciple after all. With Zhang Tianfeng's tone, it could be said that she completely disregarded him, and it was just like teaching a disciple a lesson. He did not care what Zhang Tianfeng did to him, he only cared about Long Fei in his heart. "Brat, don't be tough. Endure it for a while, the breeze is calm and the waves are calm. Don't do anything rash." He valued Long Fei a lot. In a short few months, Long Fei's cultivation went from the realm of a spirit to the current god's elephant state. The speed of his breakthrough was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was too fast. If he could enter the factory sect and receive more cultivation resources and guidance from the powerhouse, his cultivation speed would be even faster. Long Fei could do what he did not. He would definitely be able to wash away the title of East Imperial City's wasteland. Thus, Yuan Tianwang looked at Long Fei with a pleading gaze. He was really afraid of Long Fei's impulsiveness. Indeed. Dragon Feverse was not feeling very good. But seeing Yuan Tianwang like that, his tightly clenched fists loosened slightly. Prince of God's Eagle smirked proudly and said loudly, "Brat, Elder Tsang is asking you a question? Do you obey discipline? Like a dog?" "Ha ha ha!" Luo Yuan laughed out loud. "Hyde," he said, "I've said it before, your fate is in my hands. What I said last time was still valid, as long as you hand over what I want, I can guarantee that you will easily pass the selection." It was time to eat Long Fei. Wishful thinking. If they wanted to enter the Fatry sect, they had to listen to him. No words. He could casually press a crime of killing too many people and remove the qualification of Long Fei and the rest. He had the right. Furthermore, he didn't think it would be enough to investigate the matter of disqualifying a few people from the millions of disciples. Tan the Canon's eyes narrowed. Boss, what is the meaning of this kind of Fatry sect? Su Su also said. That's right, let's go. Lan Mei also pulled on Long Fei's sleeve and said softly, We're not going to some Fatry sect. The three of them had been working hard every day for the past half-year, breaking through themselves every day to work hard for the assessment of the Fatry sect. Long Fei knew very well that they really wanted to enter the Fatry sect. He wanted to enter the wider world. This it was the pursuit of every martial artist. It was now. They did this all for Long Fei, because they didn't want Long Fei to feel aggrieved. Zhang Tianfeng laughed coldly and said, You have already come to the Fatry sect, do you think you can escape? As long as I say that you all are spies sent by the Devil sect, the murderer of the Wu family, you all cannot leave even without my help. Yuan Sky King frowned and said, Elder Tsang, is it serious? Zhang Tianfeng didn't care at all as he stared at Long Fei in a daze and said, You don't have a spin, either you give in, be obedient, or you. Heh heh. He did not finish the sentence, but a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Only Long Fei did not agree. He wouldn't let Long Fei leave. The attack on his clone made Zhang Tianfeng extremely unhappy. However, for the rainbow refining fire, he could endure it for now. One Prince of God's eagle laughed complacently. Ha ha! Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Why can't you be arrogant now? Even more crazy. Let's give it another try, ha ha. He laughed out loud. See, when Long Fei was unable to say a word, the Prince of God's eagle became so excited that it was like a new year. Anger, fire. Burning. Kill meaning. In burn. Zhang Tianfeng could feel the killing intent and anger coming from Long Fei's body, but he knew that once Long Fei took action, he would choose death. Dragon Fei said solemnly, Must it be like this? Hyde Tianfeng laughed. That's your only choice. Buzz! The Zhenshilong sword moved, and immediately flew out from Long Fei's body, releasing a sword hum. Dragon he took a step forward. His gaze was like a beast's, staring straight at Zhang Tianfeng, and used an extremely low voice to say one word at a time. In Xian Wu Pavilion, I can slash through your doppelganger, and in this place, I can also slash your real face into pieces. Do you believe me? To me, entering Fatry sect is very important. Help me with this, and I won't cause you any trouble. Do you think so? Long Fei patiently said. Actually, he was suppressing his anger. Zhang Tianfeng was not scared, and asked darkly, Threatening me? Do you know what the consequences are? Long Fei said coldly, I am not threatening you, I am speaking to you in a very serious manner. You can revoke my qualification, but I can guarantee that you will definitely not see tomorrow's sun. What I, Long Fei, want to do, no one can stop. Either let me go this time. Either that die. When the word death came out, the Zhenshilong sword began to buzz and spin. When the word death came out, the Zhenshilong sword began to buzz and spin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword chime was the same as Long Fei's voice. It was very soft. However, in Zhang Tianfeng's mind, it was as if 10,000 swords were shuttling back and forth. His mind and consciousness were all trembling. It was very hard. He did not expect Long Fei to do this. Originally, it was Long Fei who was in danger and forced to the extent that she didn't have a choice. On the contrary, he was threatened, and not only that, he was also crushed by Long Fei's Zhenshilong sword. This was simply a humiliation to him. Zhang Tianfeng clenched his fists, his bones crackling, and said coldly, Aren't you afraid that this is still my doppelganger? Long Fei said, I am, but I bet that you are not a clone. It doesn't matter if I can't enter the Fatri sect, but if you lose your life, it's different. Patriarch Song, our lives are cheap, can you please let us go? Long Fei also knew. If he were to use this sword strike, then he would completely lose the qualifications to enter the Fatri sect. Not only that, just as Zhang Tianfeng had said, they could not leave Fatri sect. Even if there was a dragon sword, big master guard arm, and all sorts of powerful forces, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to fight against a heavenly saint realm powerhouse, or even those overlord realm powerhouse below the sovereign realm in legends. Long Fei could not escape. Thus, he wouldn't rashly use this sword. Unless Zhang Tianfeng did not give him a chance to live. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes turned sinister as he thought deeply. It stopped for a moment. Zhang Tianfeng slightly retreated half a step, laughed lightly, and said, "Brat, you've won, but there's still a lot of time before we meet again." Then, Zhang Tianfeng glanced at Long Fei coldly, laughed softly, and turned to leave. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. His back was soaked. Just as Long Fei had said, compared to Long Fei's qualification to take the examination, his life was more important. Moreover, the power protecting the spirit sword disturbed his mind. He was not sure if he could withstand that sword strike, so he took a step back. However, just because he admitted defeat this time didn't mean that this matter was over. On the contrary, this matter had reached an irreconcilable point. Zhang Tianfeng was a vile person that would take revenge. Admitting defeat in front of so many people, and in front of an examination disciple at that, was the same as humiliating. He would definitely take revenge. Moreover, next time he would be well prepared. Prince of God's Eagle was startled. He could not understand why Zhang Tianfeng was afraid. What's so scary about a piece of dregs from the god's elephant state? However, since Zhang Tianfeng had already left, if he stayed any longer, he would only be enraged and humiliated by Long Fei. Thus Prince of God's Eagle also walked away in a hurry. Huff! Long Fei let out a deep breath of relief. Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Tianfeng's hand, and wasn't his hand the same? He was betting that Zhang Tianfeng would choose to kill himself. If Zhang Tianfeng were to take it head-on, Long Fei also didn't know what kind of choice he would make. No matter what, he wouldn't admit defeat, and even more so, he wouldn't hand over the rainbow refining fire. During this period of time, he had also studied why the rainbow flame was within the god's design token, because he was the guide fire. Without it, Long Fei would never be able to go to the god's design attic. Huff! Yuan Tianwang let out a heavy breath, walked to Long Fei's side and said, "How did you offend him? He is the head examiner of your first and most important trial. If I were to offend him, I'm afraid." Yuan Tianwang did not continue. Long Fei also knew that it wouldn't be that easy for Zhang Tianfeng to stop. He couldn't care less. One step at a time. If Zhang Tianfeng dared to touch him in a place where no one was around, then he would dare to kill. However, every second after they entered the assessment, Long Fei and the rest were in extreme danger. Yuan Tianwang blamed himself. "It's all my fault. If I had come earlier, there wouldn't have been so many things." Long Fei said, "Big brother Yuan, this is not your fault, don't worry. On the way to the martial arts training, didn't we encounter difficulty after difficulty? If we can't even handle this little bit of trouble, then we won't be coming to the Fatri sect." Yuan Tianwang said, "Well said, brother Long, I believe in you. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I have believed in you. Alright. I'll be waiting for you in Fatri sect. I'll definitely hold a welcoming reception for all of you when the time comes." Yuan Tianwang hugged his arms tightly, and smiled at Long Fei. Following that, he turned and left as well. His heart was in pain. No one was more miserable than him. Originally, he wanted to pick up Long Fei, but he didn't think that he would be ruthlessly humiliated. After all these years of being mocked, he was really tired of it. Now, He saw hope and saw hope in Long Fei. He had to do something for Long Fei. He couldn't allow Zhang Tianfeng to do as he pleased. He had to do something. Yuan Tianwang clenched his fists tightly, the look in his eyes extremely resolute. Eldest brother Yuan, you must be feeling bad. Tan de Peo said lightly. Long Fei said, not only is it bad, it's even stabbing daggers into his heart, and you look at the people around you. All of them stay far away from Long Fei and the others. Just like how Long Fei and the others had a plague on them, they hid far away, afraid that they would catch it. Not for anything else. It was because the surrounding people all knew that they came from the East Imperial City. A wasteland. They were afraid that people from the East Imperial City would stand too close to Long Fei. Tan de Peo took a glance and said with a grin, just nice, you don't feel crowded at all, this daddy is feeling very comfortable. Although he said this, his fists couldn't help but tighten as he felt extremely displeased. Su Su, Lan Mei and the others were also the same. The East Imperial City was not treated well, they had seen it for themselves. They also understood in their hearts why Yuan Tianwang was feeling so uncomfortable, and why they were even more determined to do what they had to do. The more he was looked down upon, the more vigorous he would become. The surrounding people all stayed far away, but there was one person who did not leave, golden-haired Yang Jin. Yang Jin stood beside Long Fei and giggled. Bro, you're in a tough spot, offending the examiners, and with your identities. Tan de Peo immediately shouted, what's wrong with your identity? Yang Jin quickly said, I am not saying that your identities are bad, I am saying that your current situation is very difficult, moreover. According to my speculations, the few of you will be separated into different regions. When the time comes. Long Fei turned and looked at Yang Jin as he asked curiously, other people who know that we are from the East Imperial City hide far away, so why aren't you dodging? Aren't you afraid of being treated as trash in front of the East Imperial City? Yang Jin laughed and said, didn't I say it earlier? Seeing how beautiful my two sister-in-law are, I decided to befriend you. Hey, don't move your gun. Tan de Peo's heavy cannon was once again aimed at Yang Jin's head. This person was very strange. There's a problem. However, there was one thing he was right about, Long Fei and the others were currently in a difficult situation. It was impossible for millions of rookies to be divided into large regions in one place. It was impossible for millions of rookies to be divided into large regions in one place. This decision was in the examiner's hands. He could divide the spoils as he wished, and it could be said that the examiners had the authority to kill. Offending the examiners was a very deadly thing to do. With Yang Jin's reminder, Long Fei no longer thought about Yang Jin's identity and goal. He was thinking about how to deal with it. Long Fei said slightly, Zhang Tianfeng should be focusing on me, you don't have to worry too much, you must be careful too, no matter what the mission is, don't trust anyone. Especially Su Su and Lan Mei, both of you still don't know what human heart is dangerous, you must be careful of everyone around you. For the sake of the assessment, you can do anything. Tan de Peo was not worried. Since Tan de Peo came from a lower realm, he could be considered as sly. It was good that he did not bully others. It was just that Su Su and Lan Mei were very worried. Su Su and Lan Mei nodded and said, we will be careful, even you. Long Fei said, what I have for you will be used when you need it. It's not important if you fail the examination, but your life is the most important, understand? The two of them nodded obediently. Yang Jin grinned. Don't worry, if I am with them, I will take care of them. Hey. Don't put your gun on my head just yet, okay? Tan de Peo said. If you dare even touch a single hair of theirs, I will smash an item under your crotch into pieces. Yang Jin's legs suddenly pinched together, his body shrunk as he muttered, more than 2 inches, all right? Actually, Long Fei believed in their strength. He was afraid that someone would want to deal with the two of them, especially Zhang Tianfeng's men. If so, they were in danger. Now, in his heart, Long Fei was begging everyone to deal with him. Buzz. A bell sound rang out. The huge plaza immediately became silent. A deep voice directly covered the entire plaza. Moreover, his voice exploded in the hearts of every disciple. This was an extremely strong sound technique. Just this move alone was enough to cause countless people to be amazed and envious. I will only say this once. All of you remember this well. All of you, select randomly according to your names and enter the exam grounds. When the exam grounds close, the exam will officially begin. We don't know what you will encounter, but the first test's goal is one word: fate. As long as you are alive, you can change everything. If a person doesn't even have a life, what qualifications does he have to cultivate? As for the rules of the exam, that is, there are no rules. All right. It's time. We're ready to enter the exam grounds. As soon as his voice faded, the plaza was in an uproar once again. It's finally starting. I've been waiting for a whole year. Ha ha. This year, I must enter the factory sect. There's no one forming a party. I'm level 8. Form a team. I hope to form a team together, and enter the factory sect together, and beg my like-minded brothers. The plaza was like the plaza where one could enter an instant's dungeon. They formed various groups and shouted. This feeling gave Long Fei an inexplicable sense of warmth, as if he was in a world that he had traveled through online in his previous life. A few minutes later, boom, a huge screen appeared on the plaza. Just as Long Fei had expected, they were indeed in different regions. Has it begun? Long Fei's heart secretly tightened, looking at Zhang Tianfeng, who was seated on a high seat in the distance, his fists secretly clenched. Boss, I'm in District B. I'm in District C. I'm in District D. Long Fei saw his name. He was in Area A. On the other hand, Yang Jin, who was in the same region as Su Su, was also in D region. Yang Jin was exceptionally happy and said, "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of eldest sister-in-law. I think that you won't be able to pass the examination, and I think that you won't be able to live, so." Tan DePeo said angrily, "Try saying another word." Yang Jin made a gesture of surrender with both hands and said, "Big bro, I was wrong, I won't say any more." However, his mouth was still smiling. Even though Tan DePeo was constantly holding his head up with his spear, he had never been afraid. Long Fei also looked at Yang Jin and said, "Goldfur, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what your goal is, but you better remember this clearly. If you touch even a single strand of her hair, I will make you regret coming to this world." Ghastly. The cold was bone-piercing. Yang Jin was not afraid of Tan DePeo's big shot, but Long Fei's words made his heart tremble slightly. At this time, Tan DePeo looked at the name of the area around Long Fei and said in a low voice, "Boss, Wu Tianlang, Wu Tianhu, I think they're people from the Wu family who went out of the way. They are also in Area A." And Tan DePeo carefully looked at the list on the Area A again and said, "The names are all over the place, many don't even look like their real names. If they are all mixed up, I'm afraid." Long Fei looked at the distant Zhang Tianfeng and said, "Don't worry, the more danger is in my place, the safer your place is." Long Fei was very satisfied. Yang Jin faintly said, "Actually, what you need to worry about is not these people, but the monsters that will appear in your Area A. This is what you need to worry about. Area A has always been famous for being brutal and merciless. It can be said that less than 10% of the people here are still alive." Long Fei looked at Yang Jin and said, "You seem to know everything?" Yang Jin laughed. "You just need to spend a few primordial crystals on this, and you'll know after asking. It's just that this year, I don't know what those perverts have put in there." While they were talking, Yang Jin looked at the clouds in the sky. Above the clouds was the mountain range of immortal karma. He was also one of those truly high and mighty people in the Fatri sect. Every year's exam was different. But one thing is the same every year. That was that Area A had always been the most brutal place, and was known as the Area of Death. All right. The division is over. Prepare to enter. A voice sounded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Huge space gates opened up one after another. Don't make a mistake. Whoever steps out will be disqualified. Be careful. Long Fei replied heavily. Su Su and Lan Mei Tandapeo also said heavily, You be careful too. Yang Jin looked at Long Fei and said interestedly, Brother, be extra careful. The first stage has only just begun, and the main examiner can't do anything against you. Good luck. Otherwise, I really would have to catch this. Yang Jin laughed as he walked into the crowd. Buzz. 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 The group walked through the space gate like soldiers entering a battlefield. Long Fei was walking at the back of the group. He was not in a hurry, he was waiting for everyone to enter anyway so that the assessment could begin. After an hour, they had all entered the testing grounds. Buzz. After a flash of white light, Long Fei appeared in a large ruin. There were ruins everywhere, as if an ancient war had occurred. Not waiting for him to stand firm. Suddenly, Long Fei, give me your life. Long Fei was the last one to enter the examination hall. Long Fei was the last one to enter the examination hall. Before he could even stand still, a sharp sword intent suddenly attacked him. Soon. Very sharp. Not only that, the sword intent contained the determination to kill. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded, unable to react in time. However, Long Fei reacted instantly. He raised his eyes slightly and saw a young man rushing towards him. The man looked to be about the same as Wu Ba. It could not be seen that he was probably the fish that escaped the net of the Wu family, and also the Wu Tianlang that Tandapeo was talking about. Bam! Long Fei's reaction was fast as he leapt into the air, dodging one strike, and landed 10 meters away. He said, Since we survived the last time, we will live well, and not seek our own deaths. Without waiting for Long Fei to finish, another sword intent attacked him from another direction. Kid, return my father's life. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the sword intent was even more intense. Both swords struck out and at the same time, forced himself in front of Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes darkened as his right hand moved. The power on the heavy sword suddenly surged. It bounced the two of them away. Long Fei also retreated half a step. Just half a step. In that instant, he felt dozens of cold waves approaching from behind him. It was as if there were dozens of vicious beasts behind him. Long Fei's gaze tensed up. Without waiting for his response, shwa, shwa, shwa. Over a dozen red beams of light simultaneously flashed out. The immortal weapon in his hand released beams of light and formed a net, directly pouncing towards Long Fei, not giving him any path of retreat. At the same time, in another place, another dozen or so sharp forces rushed over. Their eyes were strange. He was completely different from ordinary martial arts training users. At this moment, Long Fei suddenly remembered that Tandapeo had mentioned that the Area A had many strange names. Long Fei also immediately thought of it. Devil Sect? The eyes of one of the men turned sinister as he sneered. Brat, since you know, you should die. Kill! He let out a deep shout. More than 20 of them attacked at the same time. Wu Tianlang and Wu Tianhu also rushed over quickly. Hand your life over. Boom! Long Fei retreated a few steps, and upon coming in contact with the net of red energy, his mind violently trembled. He was in extreme pain. It was just like a red-hot iron net. Unable to approach, it was even more impossible to pierce through. They had long prepared everything for Long Fei when he was the last to enter the arena. The current Long Fei had already fallen into a trap. Long Fei thought that someone would want to target him. He thought about Zhang Tianfeng's people, but he didn't expect that it was the Wu family's people, and also the Devil Sect's people. Not only that. Many of the people in the crowd stared at Long Fei with smiles, their eyes cold. Amongst this group of people, there were still many people who wanted Long Fei's life. They should be Zhang Tianfeng's people. Kid, prepare to die. Avenge the elders. Avenge the Wu clan. His life was hanging by a thread. Long Fei squinted his eyes, the idea moved. Dragon sword. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The sword hummed. Long Fei coldly snorted and said, "With just you two?" The Zhenshilong sword flew into the air, and released a circular sword image that engulfed half of the sky and all those who were charging at it. The sword shadow moved. The dragon sword. / Giving out experience? Can I not accept it? Long Fei grinned. But, just as the Zhenshilong sword was about to slash down, the entrance door closed and the examination grounds opened. An ancient beast's roar resounded from the depths of the earth like a thunderclap. Roar. Rumble. 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 In an instant, the sky and the ground shook, and the entire secret world was shaking non-stop, as if there was a great earthquake that had struck. Kacha, kacha. Bang, bang, bang. The Zhenshilong sword's sword images were all shattered by the shock, and the Zhenshilong sword was also slightly swaying. The red web that was released by the disciples of Magic sect was also shattered as everyone looked into the distance. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Roar. Boom. Boom. As soon as the loud roar fell, the sky began to shake violently, as if his eardrums were splitting apart. What is that sound? What was that? This, could it be that there's even an ancient giant beast in here? Then aren't we lambs placed in a wolf's den? Could this be the test? The crowd was in an uproar. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Seeing the cracking sound of the ground getting closer and closer, some of them began to retreat. Long Fei thought about what the old man had said at the beginning. Life is everything. If a person cannot live, then they do not have the qualifications to talk about cultivation. Living is everything? Could it be that the first test is, protect my life? The Zhenshilong sword moved in the air. It pierced through the void. A few seconds later, the Zhenshilong sword flew back, trembling. Master, run, quickly, quickly, run! Before he could finish his words, a golden light burst forth from the ground 5 miles away. A dazzling golden light. This was not some metal glow or the glow of a holy artifact, but boss light. Long Fei's eyes darkened. Damn, boss. His eyes began to glow. Long Fei did not move. He was someone who would not be able to walk when he saw a boss. He didn't even hear what the dragon sword said. Golden light shot into the sky. Long Fei's eyes were filled with excitement as he grinned. Boss, boss, wild boss, it's been a while since I last met a boss, hee. Explode. Not waiting for him to finish. Bang, bang, bang. A crack in the ground appeared like a bolt of lightning, shooting out from 10 miles away. Instantly, the ground was lifted up into the air, creating an incomparably tragic scene. In half a breath of time, the cracked ground had reached Long Fei and the others. Rumble! A tentacle with tendrils rushing out of the crevice shot out. Before Long Fei even had time to say the last few words, burst it out, the tentacles swept over him. Walala! Walala! Space twisted under the attack of the tentacles as sonic booms filled the air. Next, the surrounding examinees were all swept away. Just like the autumn wind sweeping its leaves, the thousands of people suddenly disappeared, were swept away, and were directly slapped to death. The living are all in a daze. Everything happened too fast. He didn't react at all. This is the examination? This was a F*King test. Did they really come to F*King lose their lives? Suddenly, another earth-shattering sound rang out from deep underground. It's here again. It's here again. He's here again. His voice was trembling. At this moment, no one could care about who they were. They madly fled away like a tidal wave. Only one person stood there like a madman. Moreover, his eyes were shining. Wow! Wow! What a strong boss, I like it! Long Fei was extremely excited, but he kept it in mind. I'm going to explode. What did a boss mean? What did a boss mean? It meant a lot of experience. This meant that it was an opportunity. This meant that the item it dropped could change fate. This meant that there were too many things. Holy artifact brought by not killing a boss? He had to explode. It was going to explode. The imagination was beautiful, the reality was. It was incomparably cruel. Another tentacle broke through the ground and swept out. That scene could only be described with one word. It was like pulling apart rotten weeds. They were like a bunch of chickens and dogs. With a sweep of its tentacles, it was smashed into mincemeat. Blood rained down like rain from the sky. Everyone's minds were trembling, and there were even many people who were so scared that they couldn't control themselves. Their faces were pale and their legs were trembling. They simply couldn't move at all. Some people directly knelt down. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he asked, "Dragon Sword, what level is this guy at?" The Zhenqiang sword was surprised for a moment, then said, "Master, you don't need to think about it anymore. Feel free to run, you are not his opponent. And, up until now, he only has 2 tentacles. If he comes out completely, everyone here will die, including you." What kind of existence was the Zhenqiang sword? He was a dragon that used to be high and mighty, the strongest being on the surface, yet he could say such words? This guy. What kind of terrifying monster was this? Long Fei slightly asked. Just what is he? The Zhenqiang sword said. Ancient world is a place called Touch the Heavens. This guy is an ancient creature. I really do not know why he would appear in Universal Realm. Moreover, and was even brought to the Fatri sect? Who on earth has such great ability? Roar of sky touching? Long Fei muttered. He looked at the golden light that was continuously being emitted by the ruins 5 kilometers away. The Zhenqiang sword said, "This guy's tentacles are a monster nurtured together with the ancient world. In my previous life, you didn't appear as early as he did. This fellow is extremely savage, killing anyone he sees. Looking at his current state, he shouldn't have been purified to the peak. Otherwise, a single tentacle could have instantly killed everyone here." The Zhenqiang sword said. At the same time, he was always by Long Fei's side. Long Fei said, "Can you defeat him?" The Zhenqiang sword said, "If I still have the body of the dragon god, defeating Roar of Sky touching at his level is nothing, but I am now just a normal sword. My strength has been lost pretty much in the billions of years of time in the Seal Valley. With my current abilities, I can't even beat him, so... Master, let's not think too much. We should hurry up and leave." Can't even defeat Zhenqiang's sword? This surprised Long Fei a little. After all, he is a dragon sword. At the same time, Long Fei's abnormal heart became even more excited, because if he couldn't even defeat the Zhenqiang sword, then how powerful was this guy? What level did his boss reach? Level 100? 300 levels? Or was it a level 999 overgod level boss? It would be great if he blew it up. Boom! Boom! Another tentacle came out of the ground and swept across again. Long Fei's eyes darkened as he looked at his right arm. The idea moved. Big Master Guard arm. Buzz! Kacha, kacha, kacha. The armor-type battle mecha seemed to have transformed, as it directly wrapped around Long Fei's right arm. Long Fei's body slightly lowered, and looked at the huge tentacle sweeping towards him. Fire at full power. His right fist was clenched tightly. Buzz! The power resonated. Bring it on! Long Fei roared as he smashed his right fist fiercely forward, straight and hard. At the same time, Long Fei's eyes were fixedly staring at the gigantic groove of blood on the golden light. The boss level could be seen from its HP alone. The power of the big Master Guard arm was currently Long Fei's strongest power. It could even crush and kill an early-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse. The 18 ancient giant demons were extremely powerful. If the power of the big Master Guard arm could cause huge damage, then there was a chance of killing this boss. If it could not deal any damage, then Long Fei would have a way out. Escape. He had to try. Try it anyway. The Zhenchulong sword was about to go crazy. Master, it's dangerous. Rumble. The Zhenchulong sword had no time to stop them. Long Fei's right fist had already collided with the fist. Beneath the gigantic tentacle, Long Fei seemed like a little duck. This was only under one tentacle. If it was in front of the entire roar of sky touching, a human would be no bigger than an ant. The roar of sky touching also felt that someone was challenging him. Thus, this tentacle was even more powerful. When the two energies collided, Long Fei's right arm had released all of its strength. The key parts of his arm seemed to have been broken, as if his entire arm wasn't his own. The power shot out. Boom. Boom. Rumble. The energy shockwaves shot out one after another, causing the entire secret world to tremble. Even people outside the secret world felt it. A few elders quickly stood up. What happened in the Area A's examination hall? Why is there such a huge fluctuation? Could it be that there is still someone who wants to fight against the ancient giant beasts? Probably not. That is an ancient giant beast. When children see it, they would only be able to escape. How would they dare to go up and retaliate against it? Then where did this wave come from? This is a fluctuation caused by the collision of power. It can't be wrong. Even we outside could feel it. Isn't that power a little too strong? Should we send someone to take a look? Zhang Tianfeng, who had been squinting his eyes, raised them slightly and said coldly, "No need, whatever kind of ferocious beasts we meet are their fate, we cannot interfere too much." An elder said slightly, "Elder Zhang, aren't Area A's roar of sky touching a little too?" Roar of sky touching, an ancient beast that the Fatri sect was unable to tame. In the freshman assessment of the secret world, this was a little too much. Let alone the low-level warriors, even the Emperor Strongman would not be able to defeat such an ancient beast. Zhang Tianfeng, are you doubting me? The elder immediately said, "I dare not." Zhang Tianfeng said coldly, "I am doing this to test them. Furthermore, the speed of the roar of sky touching is not fast at all. As long as I use all my strength to flee, there should be no problem." No problem? He knew it better than anyone. Roar of sky touching speed was indeed not fast, but his tentacles. But he had already taken over the entire place. His tentacles were like tree roots as they permeated through the secret world. It could be said, the Area A was his roar of sky touching's cage. The people who entered this place want to survive? It was impossible. Zhang Tianfeng's heart secretly went cold, as the image of Long Fei flashed past his mind, and he silently said to himself, "Threaten me? Then let's see how tragic your death is." Ha ha! Benefits of rights. Benefits of rights. If he held great power, then he could do whatever he wanted. Even if Zhang Tianfeng knew that the roar of sky touching S secret world exam wasn't suitable for newbies, but, so what? Just a few more people died. As long as his goal was achieved, what difference would it make if a few more people died? Even. He knew that roar of sky touching was Fatri sect's taboo fierce beast, so what? He wanted to let Long Fei know that there would be no end to provoking him. Anyone who entered the Area A. Zhang Tianfeng sneered. His eyes slightly narrowed, closed his eyes once again, and recovered his consciousness. But what Zhang Tianfeng had hoped for did not happen. Area A exam area. Boom! Boom! Rumble! The sound continued to echo out, and waves of energy that could be seen with the naked eye were sent out in waves, layer by layer. The surrounding freshmen all prostrated themselves on the ground, hands covering their ears. Their bodies couldn't bear the trembling at all. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a shockwave of power. Roar! 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 The roar of sky touching let out a furious roar as the power on its tentacles continued to increase. At this moment, one tentacle after another shot out from the ground. Wave after wave of force superimposed onto that tentacle. Power overlaid. Long Fei's feet had already sunk into the ground, his entire body continuously moving backwards. He was completely unable to endure it. The worst part was, the tentacles of the roar of sky touching were still stacking. It formed a line and charged forward. F***ck. Long Fei clenched his teeth. He was a little regretful and impulsive. He did not see the damage that his fist had dealt, but he felt that he was going to be crippled for sure. Unwell. A suffocating pain. His right arm began to tremble, completely relying on the power of the big Master Guard arm to resist, but even so, the rate at which Long Fei's true soul was being exhausted was as fast as a flood. Millions of true spiritual value. Ah! Ah! Long Fei gritted his teeth and carried the tiger with his life. Right now, he could no longer see the sky, and there was no one around him. His strength pressed down heavily. This boss was too amazing. It felt a little crazy. Boom! Boom! Rumble! After the shock wave had smashed into him, half of Long Fei's body was already pressed down into the ground, and was still continuing to sink down. The Zhenshilong sword continued to swing its claws, but it was completely useless. The power of the Zhenshilong sword was just as he had said. He used most of his power on the seal, and after 1,000,000,000,000 years of consumption, his power was not even a 10,000th of his peak condition. It could not shake the roar of sky touching at all. Long Fei's right arm was supporting him, so at this time, he could no longer summon out any heroes. Boom! 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 The heavy explosion of the tentacles had already formed a huge encirclement, directly enveloping Long Fei within it. The interior was pitch black, and the power was even more like thunder that struck Long Fei's mind. Roar! Roar! The roar of sky touching was also going crazy. Anger. A small human actually dared to contend against him? This was a humiliation to him. He's dead for sure. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? He actually died? I really don't understand. There is no shortage of brainless people like him in the world. Ha ha ha. It's good that you died. Brat, it will be difficult for you to survive in this world. Even after killing so many people from my Wu family, you still have such a chance, ha ha ha. Wu Tianlang laughed excitedly. It was the same with Wu Tianhu. The two brothers were indescribably happy when they saw Long Fei, who was like a nail that was hammering down into the ground time after time. No one sighed for Long Fei. Most of them were laughing at him, watching him play. They had never thought that if not for Long Fei holding them back, many of them would have already lost their lives. Die. Go to hell, Wu Tianlang said with a ruthless smile. Boom! Boom! Another few more tentacles struck down and the entire secret world's ground began to crack and crack. The shell continued to move continuously and the ground began to bulge, and the movements underground also became more and more violent. Not only the sky but the tentacles were also moving underground. Long Fei could already feel it from his feet. F***ck. Summon ice. Ding. System notification. Players in this state cannot be summoned. Summon any road. Ding. System notification. Unable to summon. Ding. System notification. The weasel cannot be summoned. Long Fei tried a few times but none of them worked. Long Fei's neck was already in the mud. He was completely unable to hold on any longer, and now he was completely relying on his true spiritual value to hold on. His life was over. System, damn you! You don't need anything at this point in time? Then Laozi won't need the things from your system. Long Fei roared angrily in his heart. The true spiritual value was almost gone. He was unable to activate the system summon at this time? It could be said. He stepped into the gates of hell. The power of the system can't be used? Then I will use my own power. Inheritance power. Long Fei moved his left hand and said, Black Underworld Flame. Open. On his left arm, the Ming clan mark moved slightly. 1. A thin streak of black flame flickered out of his Ming clan's seal space and landed on his left palm. Long Fei's chest suffered a burning wound. It was a piercing pain, as if there was a red-hot iron in front of his chest. This was the result of Long Fei using the power of the ancient inheritance. The inheritance of the underworld fire. Decay inheritance. Then there was the inheritance of the black and white power. The curse marks that were hidden in his chest would be provoked. Every time he activated it, it would attract countless pursuers. Long Fei had always been cautious and did not dare to easily expose himself. The reason was because he was afraid that he would be killed by the god's tribe before he could become stronger. He couldn't find any other power. He could only use the power of the ancient inheritance. F*CKU. The black flame on his left palm started to burn, and he threw out a palm attack. Long Fei's palm pressed against the tentacle of the roar of sky touching, and at this moment the idea moved. Rumble! The black flames were like gasoline that was poured over it, and all the tentacles were instantly set on fire. Black flames soared into the sky. Awoo! 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 Miserable screams rang out. The roar of sky touching's tentacles trembled crazily, and they were also crazily being pulled out. The dozens of tentacles were like dozens of lightning bolts, quickly disappearing one after another. Less than half a minute. The crushed tentacles were all gone. 10 miles away. That incomparably huge roar of sky touching also drilled into the ground, as if it had seen a mouse, disappearing without a trace. However, the black flames on its body were still burning, and the damage above its head continued to float. Awoo! 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 Miserable screams could not be heard, and bright red damage continued to float. His entire body was being burned by the black flames, and the pain was excruciating. However, relying on the roar of sky touching super high HP and his huge body, he forcefully burrowed into the ground. A few minutes later, he heard the constant cries of pain coming from deep underground. The sound grew farther and farther away until it finally disappeared. Elder Tsang, something seems to have happened to Area A. The energy fluctuations are too strong and too strange. I think we need to go in and take a look. If something bad happens, that would be bad. After all, an elder said worriedly. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhang Tianfeng asked coldly, "What big thing can happen? Wasn't it just a few more people dying? If he can't even preserve his life, what right does he have to step into the martial way?" Elder Chen, don't worry. Although that ancient beast is very strong, it's not like it won't have a chance to escape. Zhang Tianfeng said indifferently. To him, the lives of these exam candidates were like ants. The population of Universal Realm had reached a terrifying number, and no one could count it clearly. There were tens of billions of people in the western regions alone. Humans were like ants in the Universal Realm. They had low statuses and a life like grass. If one wanted to pass the exam, they would have to pay a price. Perhaps it was the price of their life. When each examinee was taking part in the exam, they knew that they might die, but every year, there would still be newcomers participating. It was like a crucian carp crossing a river. Everyone wanted to succeed and become the Fatri sect's disciple. Year after year. Every year was the same, so this phenomenon was also common. Even if the million examinees were to die, no one would feel any heartache. Because this was reality. This was the road of martial arts. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes did not even blink. As far as he was concerned, Even if all of Area A's people died, he would not even bat an eye. However, the elder was obviously not talking about the examinees at the Area A. Similarly, he didn't care about the life and death of the examinees either. He was worried about the roar of sky touching instead and said, "Elder Tsang, the life and death of the examinees are determined by their fate. I don't care about their lives, but if anything goes wrong with that huge ancient beast, do you think you and I, or even the entire rookie selection elders, will fall victim to it? They can't even afford to wait for it. If something were to happen to the roar of sky touching, it would really be as he said. At least, Zhang Tianfeng couldn't afford to bear the consequences. The elder from Beast Hill viewed the roar of sky touching as a treasure. If he got angry, they would. Zhang Tianfeng was startled. He sat up slightly and turned back to say, "It shouldn't be, no one in Fatri sect can tame it, the strongest cultivation among these newbies is only royal realm, no one can hurt it, it should be fine, it should be fine." He was also secretly nervous. However, he believed that even if all the examinees in Area A were to stand together to deal with the roar of sky touching, they would still not be a match. Roar of sky touching were too strong. Even the Emperor's realm cultivators were no match for him, so how could he deal with these newcomers? Zhang Tianfeng said softly, "Elder Chen, you don't have to worry. If someone could injure the roar of sky touching, would he even need to come here to participate in the examination?" The Elder Chen nodded and said, "You're right, I'm just worried, just in case." Zhang Tianfeng said, "There is no chance, if there is chance, I will bear the consequences." Seeing Zhang Tianfeng say that, the Elder Chen didn't continue speaking. Instead, he looked at the sealed door of spacetime and felt a bit uneasy in his heart. The abyss at the bottom of Beast Hill. Awoo! 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 Waves of cries of pain came from the abyss. At the peak of Beast Hill, when an old man wearing a beast skin and a golden wolf head had heard the painful cries from the abyss, his eyes were filled with shock. "Who dares to hurt my roar of sky touching?" 2 days passed quickly. He broke out of the window of a house. Walala! After he rushed out, the whole house collapsed. A few disciples were trembling with fear. When they saw the collapsed building, they let out a bitter laugh. This is the 7th time this month. The houses in Beast Hill are almost all being demolished. Did you hear that just now? It seems to be the cries of this most precious roar of sky touching. Roar of sky touching? Screaming? How could this be possible? Even if it is our peak owner-s, they will not let the roar of sky touching scream miserably. Furthermore, what kind of demon beast in the radius of 1,000,000 kilometers can be a match for the roar of sky touching? Make him scream? It's simply impossible. Even if a few gods' holy peakness powerhouse-s were to join hands, they would still not be a match for us. No one would believe it. Even the disciples of Beast Hill would not believe that the roar of sky touching was injured. However, the savage, who rushed out of the house just now, jumped down from Beast Hill's cliff. A fairy beast that was like a goose suddenly appeared. It landed at his feet and dived down instead. In the depths of the abyss, the barbarian looked at the burnt body of the roar of sky touching. His eyes sank down and his heart ached. Who is it? Who hurt you? Who is it? I want his head cut off. Ah! The savage elder released waves of furious roars that resembled those of demon beasts. Then he took out a pile of pills from the space ring and said with extreme pain, "Be good and eat all of these. Eating these pills will alleviate your pain." Seeing dozens of tentacles being burnt black with black flames surrounding their bodies, savage elder's heart tightened as if his own child was injured. Awoo! Awoo! I know, you take these pills first, I will avenge you. Savage elder understood the roar of sky touching's words the same way. The roar of sky touching's tentacles slightly curled. He wanted to put the pills into his mouth, but his tentacles slightly moved, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard as fresh red blood gushed out. It was as if the antenna was about to break. Savage Elder was in pain again, his tears were about to fall. Who is it? Ah! I will kill him! I must kill him! Normally, I wouldn't even touch it, but now that I'm injured like this, how preposterous, how preposterous. Savage Elder was furious. He had always wanted to tame Roar of Sky touching. However, he had never succeeded. In these few decades, he treated this Roar of Sky touching like a child. Although he did not succeed in taming it, it was very important to him. Even though he dreamt of successfully taming it, but Savage Elder picked up the pills and flew into the air, placing them into the Roar of Sky touching's mouth. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Eat these pills and you will be fine. He put the pellets into the Roar of Sky touching's mouth one by one, with tears. However, at this moment something miraculous happened. Savage Elder's body trembled slightly. He looked at the Roar of Sky touching with incomparably shocked eyes and said, You want to sign a master and servant contract with me?" It was an inexplicable surprise. It was an inexplicable surprise. He had tried everything in the past few decades. They tried to coerce him into doing so, but to no avail. But just now, a contract appeared in his mind, and it was the Roar of Sky touching himself who requested it. In other words, as long as he nodded his head in agreement, the Roar of Sky touching would be considered as subdued by him. Will become his war pet. This caused Savage Elder to be stupefied. Happiness had come too suddenly, and he was almost unable to control himself, ecstatic in his heart, incomparably ecstatic. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! 40 years. After 40 years, I finally succeeded. Ha ha ha! Savage Elder's heart was boiling. He was so excited that he was like a 5 or 6-year-old child, almost jumping on the spot. Is this my chance? No. No, no. This is an opportunity given to me by the person who harmed the Roar of Sky touching. I have to thank him. If not for him injuring the Roar of Sky touching to this extent, I would not have had a chance at all. Ha ha ha. Savage Elder did not hate the person who hurt the Roar of Sky touching at all. He wanted to thank that person. Because it was this man who had fulfilled his long-cherished wish. He even thought that he would never be able to subdue Roar of Sky touching in his entire life, and it had now succeeded. It was just like someone suddenly saving a person in a desperate situation. This feeling was too exciting. The idea moved. The Savage Elder blood essence moved, and directly dripped it onto the contract. Buzz. Also at this moment, the Roar of Sky touching's entire body slightly trembled. The Savage Elder did not hold back at all and threw all of the healing pellets into the Roar of Sky touching's mouth. Every beast pellet here was a divine level pellet. The value of each beast core was equal to the existence of hundreds of millions of grand mist crystals. He poured into the Roar of Sky touching's mouth like candy. It was also because of this that the injuries on the Roar of Sky touching's body were being controlled. Then, the Roar of Sky touching moved and directly sent a sound transmission to Savage Elder's mind. Place of the examination? Area A? You have the guts to put the mountain guarding treasure of my beast hill in the examination grounds? Humph, Savage Elder snorted, a newbie? A rookie with armor on his arms? That's impossible, right? Can that new disciple hurt you? If there was such a new existence, then the entire western regions would be in an uproar. Why is there not even a single sound? The space between Savage Elder's eyebrows tightened. He had some suspicions, but he knew that the Roar of Sky touching would not lie to him. The current Roar of Sky touching was his own war pet. Furthermore, it was the war pet that signed the agreement with him. Under these circumstances, the war pet would definitely not lie to its master. Is there really such a person? Looks like I have to go and take a look. And Savage Elder gently caressed the Roar of Sky touching's head. On the surface, he gave a disgusted expression, but he was secretly pleased inside. I have to thank him properly. Seeing that the roar of Sky Touching's injuries had been controlled, the savage elder said softly, "You stay here and recuperate. I'll go and take revenge for you." Finished. Savage elder soared into the sky. Damn! Not burned to death? I can't. If the underworld fire could cause such a huge amount of damage, it would continue to burn until the target is covered in powder. But now, Long Fei was depressed. The power of the big Master Guard arm caused a wave of damage, but the power of the big Master Guard arm was not to restrain the roar of Sky Touching. The power that restrained the roar of Sky Touching was the underworld fire. One thing, one force after another. Even if you are a super colossus, you still have the power of heavenly tribulation. The heavenly core of a roar of Sky Touching is a underworld fire. Once the underworld fire appeared, it immediately peed in fear and did not dare to stay any longer. Long Fei had been waiting. However, he did not wait for the system beep S, which made him a little depressed in his heart. He almost died here, but this boss was still able to escape. He was depressed, but at the same time, his heart relaxed a bit because he had survived. It could be said that his life was hanging by a thread. Long Fei muttered, "Fuck, if he uses a underworld fire next time, I definitely won't give him another chance. It's such a big boss, but it's gone. My liver is hurting." Long Fei forced himself up and slowly crawled out of the mud. Then, he looked at the surrounding rookie examinees. They all looked at Long Fei one by one, as if he was a retard. It was like staring at a monster. From the moment the roar of Sky Touching fled, the entire Area A's examination grounds hadn't produced the slightest of noise, and they all looked at Long Fei in a daze. Too terrifying. It was too shocking. Was this still something a human could do? Long Fei swept his gaze across. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome person before?" He thought to himself, "Zhang Tianfeng, your grandmother's legs, they almost killed me. Just you wait." His body trembled slightly. Long Fei was unable to stand steadily. His true spiritual value had all been used up. His right arm could no longer be raised, and he did not have the slightest bit of strength. He was weak now. At this time, he was in danger. If he had not frightened these people in the beginning, Wu Tianlang, Wu Tianhu and the other disciples of Magic sect would have already attacked him. Long Fei quickly swallowed a few pills. Health point, true spiritual value had slightly recovered. Seeing Long Fei's weak and pale face, Wu Tianlang reacted with a heavy shout, "Kill him!" Wu Tian, whose eyes also trembled. His sword moved quickly to lock onto Long Fei. The sword missed, the sword intent pressing down. Long Fei was startled. He clenched his fists tightly. "Damn, this is never-ending, isn't it?" Dragon sword. Buzz. The moved the true spiritual value that Long Fei had just recovered. Long Fei ordered, "Kill! I've given you a chance, but I'll never give you a chance." The Zhenshilong sword moved, schwa, schwa. If he couldn't deal with the roar of Sky Touching, he still couldn't deal with the senior realm Wu Tianlang? Two flowers of blood floated up as the space between the eyebrows of the two people was penetrated. Long Fei's gaze sunk as he fiercely said, "Who else?" Pucci's body trembled slightly, and his entire body became even weaker. With his current strength, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Holy sh**t. Long Fei's heart sank. At this moment, he wanted health point to have no health point, and true spiritual value to have no true spiritual value either. He was currently very weak, and could not release any of his strength. A deadly moment. Dozens of disciples of Magic Sect S laughed coldly and slowly walked out. "Is the oil lamp out? You can't be arrogant, right? Ha ha. Kid, your life is over. Ha ha. Kill him." Dozens of disciples of Magic Sect surrounded Long Fei, But Long Fei did not have the slightest bit of fear. If life or death seemed indifferent, then it was time to do it. However, at a time like this, he wasn't a match at all. However, at this moment a rookie stood up and said, "You can't kill him. He is our savior. If you dare touch him, I, Fanny Shan, will be the first to refuse." If not for Long Fei, the roar of sky touching would have swept through the entire Area A's examination grounds. If not for Long Fei, the roar of sky touching would have swept through the entire Area A's examination grounds. It could be said that Long Fei had saved them. Now that Long Fei was in a difficult situation, being surrounded, many of the hot-blooded youths could no longer stand. Repay kindness. To any of the examinees in the Area A, this was a great opportunity given to them by Long Fei. The chance to live again. If they could only watch as Long Fei died in front of them, then what was this? A young disciple stood up. His cultivation was not high, and was only at God's elephant state, but he dared to step out. Because he knew how to be merciful. You want to die? Wait until I kill him, you'll be next. A disciples of magic sect stared at Fanny Shan, his eyes filled with killing intent. However, at this moment, another young disciple stepped forward. "If you dare to kill him, I won't let you off either." "Me too. Me too. Count me in. He saved all of us. It's one thing if you don't know how to thank him, but you still want to kill him? Are you even worthy of being a person? Count me in." Voices rose and fell one after another, from the scattered sounds from before to when a group of people stood out, directly surrounding the dozens of disciples of Magic Sect. At this moment, the disciples of Magic Sect S revealed expressions of fear. A disciples of Magic Sect said solemnly, "Do you know who we are? If you provoke us, you will not have a good ending. If you know what's good for you, then scram to the side." While they were talking, the disciples of Magic Sect pulled on his clothes, revealing his disciples of Magic Sect clothing. A bloody blade appeared on his chest. Devil Sect. People of the Devil Sect. The surrounding people were slightly startled. The disciple coldly laughed. "It's good that you know this. When it comes to handling matters in the Devil Sect, scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." He wanted to use the name of the Devil Sect to scare these people. It was because he knew that the dozens of them were definitely not a match for the several thousand people here and the several tens of thousands of people here. Many people's faces changed. However, no one stepped back. Long Fei said coldly, "Disciples of Magic Sect has appeared in Fatry Sect. If we get rid of you guys, will we receive Fatry Sect's rewards? Fighting evil and defending the way is what every one of us who is righteous should do." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding people stepped forward, their eyes burning with passion. He's right. Killing the devil and defending the way is what every righteous person like us should do. Kill him. Let's attack together. Obviously, Long Fei's words played a role in their hearts. As the vanguard in the path of evil, if the Fatry Sect was able to kill the disciples of Magic Sect in this assessment, would there be a special reward? Would he directly make it so that they did not have to take the examination to enter the Fatry Sect? All this is possible. Thinking of all these, he felt even more excited. Long Fei's mouth hooked up as he said coldly, "You want to play with me? I won't be able to play with you." The Zhenshilong sword moved. He was the first to kill a disciples of Magic Sect. It was also at this time. The battle was about to begin. The dozens of disciples of Magic Sect S were all killed in a matter of seconds, like chickens and dogs. They did not struggle at all. Facing the siege of thousands of people, without an advantage in cultivation, how could he possibly have a chance to resist? Long Fei let out a heavy sigh. The disciples of Magic Sect had been annihilated. He did not lower his guard at all. There might even be Zhang Tianfeng's people among these people. Could it be that there is a disciple that is hiding in the Devil Sect? He had to be careful. At the same time, he was also worried about Tandapeo and the others. If they also encountered this ancient giant beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. A few minutes later, the disciples of Magic's sect was caught dead or alive. Now they just waited for the door of spacetime to activate. The Area A's examination grounds were originally the harshest place, but facing an ancient being like the roar of sky touching S, they would definitely be burnt to ashes, an existence that had lost all light of death. But now, Area A became the most comfortable exam grounds. They all sat there, elated, waiting for the end of the exam. Rumble! The thick clouds in the sky suddenly moved, and a wild beast like aura swept over. Buzz! Without waiting for the elders to react, they were instantly crushed. Especially Zhang Tianfeng, he was so frightened that he immediately fell from his chair, and his eyes darkened. In the entire Fatri sect, there was only one person who could release such a wild beast's aura. Of the Beast Hill. Wild Beast Crazy Wolf. A person who grew up within a pack of wolves, a terrifying fellow whose beast mastery defied the heavens. Similarly, he was also a monster that was a genius of the martial arts training. In the entire Fatri sect, he was the only person who was proficient in two types of cultivation. Zhang Tianfeng rolled on the ground and immediately crawled back up. He tidied up his clothes and kneeled on the ground, kowtowing heavily. Greetings, Beast Hill. In front of Yuan Tianwang, he could display his might, and be on top of it. However, in front of the peak owner, he could only kneel. Boom! The crazy wolf landed on the ground and directly stood in front of Zhang Tianfeng. It grabbed his collar like it was grabbing a chick, and bellowed angrily. Who asked you to release my roar of sky touching? Who allowed it? Who gave you the right? Zhang Tianfeng was so scared that her entire body was trembling, her lips turned white, and she said repeatedly, I'm sorry, peak owner, I. He couldn't even speak. The crazy wolf glanced at Zhang Tianfeng, and instantly flung him backwards fiercely. Bam! 100 meters away, Zhang Tianfeng was smashed into a pulp. His entire face was covered in mud, and he looked extremely miserable. However, the moment he stood up, he immediately kneeled on the ground, not daring to be disrespectful in the slightest. The crazy wolf didn't even spare him a glance as it stared coldly at the Area A's door of spacetime. The surrounding elders froze. Their gazes could not help but look towards the distant Zhang Tianfeng. He was the head examiner. Only he could activate the door of spacetime and let the other examinees out. The crazy wolf glanced at him, then looked at the crazy wolf in the distance. Didn't you hear what I said? Zhang Tianfeng quickly knelt down and said, Lord Peak Owner, the examination time is not over yet. If you open it now, I'm afraid it will be. Before he could finish, the crazy wolf shouted, Exam? You clearly know that it's an exam, but you still let the roar of sky touching in. Do you want all the people inside to die? You call this an examination? Do you want to cut off the roots of Fatri sect? Zhang Tianfeng was so frightened that he started to tremble and kept on kowtowing. Disciple does not dare, disciple does not dare. The crazy wolf bellowed, Open the door. Zhang Tianfeng was still a little hesitant. After all, this was a rule, and he knew that the crazy wolf would not kill him. The crazy wolf shouted loudly, The Area A's assessment is already over. Don't you know that the roar of sky touching was beaten away? Open the door. Zhang Tianfeng was confused. The roar of sky touching was beaten away? How is this possible, then? Zhang Tianfeng rolled his eyes. Could it be that brat? If it was him. No, even if it wasn't him, it was still him. Brat, you have hurt the precious thing that is the Beast Hill. Today you are dead for sure. Roar of sky touching was the peak guarding treasure of the Beast Hill. Everyone knew about this matter. Roar of sky touching was the peak guarding treasure of the Beast Hill. Everyone knew about this matter. Other than that, The roar of sky touching was also the flesh and blood of the peak owner's crazy wolf. Even though it had not been tamed for dozens of years, he still doted on it dearly. He didn't have the heart to use force. Never tested. Even if he had a single hair on his head, he would still feel an incomparable heartache. Now, from his anger, it was not hard to tell that the roar of sky touching was injured, and it was not even a small injury. Under such circumstances, there was a 10,000% chance that this person would die. Zhang Tianfeng was secretly happy. He was just worried that he could not find the chance. Now the chance had come. "Kid, you will die miserably this time." Zhang Tianfeng was excited in his heart, and immediately said respectfully, "Master Peak Owner, I will be opening the door to the Area A's examination hall." The crazy wolf disdainfully said, "Hurry up, don't waste Laozi's time." He couldn't wait any longer. Yes. Zhang Tianfeng also immediately walked to the front door of the Area A's examination hall, took out the key, and inserted it into the hole in the stone. Crack! The door of spacetime in the Area A's examination hall fiercely trembled. Next, the airflow revolved, causing space to distort. Walala! Just like two huge stone doors slowly opening. Within the exam grounds. The door is open. Is the first test over? Didn't you say that it would take a day? Ha ha! The monsters in the exam grounds have all been chased away, so they definitely won't appear again. That means we have already passed the first test. Thanks to him. If it wasn't for him, we would still be running around like headless flies. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Countless people expressed their gratitude to Long Fei. Long Fei smiled faintly and thought to himself, could it be that this space is different from the space outside? The time within each secret world was different. It could be slow or it could also be fast. Long Fei did not think too much about it, and slowly walked out of the exam grounds with the crowd. However, he was still a little upset and depressed in his heart. Looks like that boss won't die. Sigh. It's such a pity. If we could kill it, it would have at least leveled up, right? Zhang Xian sighed. He felt that it was too much of a pity. Without a super boss, not only would Long Fei's heart ache, it would even feel pain. Stepping out of the door of spacetime, they returned to the plaza. Before he could steady himself, suddenly, two disciples of the Fatri sect immediately descended and landed behind him. They retracted their hands and quickly grabbed his shoulders and bellowed, "Be more obedient." Everything happened too quickly. Long Fei simply didn't have the time to react. Moreover, even if he could react, it would be useless. His true spiritual value had not recovered yet, so he was unable to use many of his technique. Then again, the speed of these two disciples was extremely fast, giving Long Fei no chance to struggle at all. Under the dual pressure of strength and coercion, Long Fei was directly taken down. "Elder, seize him." Zhang Tianfeng had a smile on his face as he walked in front of Long Fei and sneered, "Brat, fight with me in my territory, humph. You really aren't qualified." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Tianfeng let out a loud shout and said, "Get him to kneel down." "Ha!" Both of the disciples shouted out heavily and their hands pressed down heavily on Long Fei's shoulders. Long Fei staggered and almost kneeled on the ground. However, Long Fei did not kneel to the heavens nor did he kneel to the earth. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel to anyone. Making him kneel? His knees abruptly straightened, and he stood up straighter. However, crack! Two sounds of bones breaking came from his shoulders. The joint is fractured. Ah! Long Fei gritted his teeth as he let out a low and deep cry of pain. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He stared straight at Zhang Tianfeng. With a heavy sound, he asked, "Why? Why?" Zhang Tianfeng sneered, "Why? Just because you injured a roar of sky touching, that's the reason." "Me?" Long Fei's eyes darkened and said, "You aren't in the examination grounds, how do you know about the roar of sky touching I injured?" Zhang Tianfeng lowered his voice, walked in front of Long Fei, and whispered into Long Fei's ear. If I say it's you, then it's you, if it's not you, then it's also you. That's why you can't beat me. Brat, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Just 2 hours ago, you still threaten me? This is what happens when you fight me. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianfeng laughed sinisterly. I have 10,000 ways to play with trash like you to death. He didn't ask for confirmation at all. He did not care about what was happening in the examination hall. Furthermore, he ignored the captured disciples of Magic Sect S and crippled Long Fei from the very beginning. Long Fei's eyes tensed up and looked around at his surroundings. There were many Fatri sect disciples around, and all of them were royal realm. In addition, there were also quite a few elders. These elders' cultivation were even more formidable. Now that Long Fei was in Zhang Tianfeng's hands, it was basically impossible for him to survive. However, he did not even have 10,000 points of true spiritual value right now, nor did he have the ability to unleash it. There was no chance of success. Then again, Tan DePeo, Su Su, Lan Mei and the others were still in the examination grounds, so Long Fei would not abandon them. That's not right. For Area A's door of spacetime to be able to open it earlier, it would be the same for the doors of the other exam sites. Thinking of this, Long Fei's eyes became gloomy. The idea was actually one of the special space ring of the Azure Dragon Sacred Ancestral. Azure Dragon Sacred Ancestral, can you help me this once? The Azure Dragon's eyelids moved, and its 2 green eyes opened. Looking at Long Fei, the idea said lightly, You need my help to pay a price. Long Fei asked, What's the price? The Azure Dragon Sacred Ancestral immediately said, Your blood essence. Long Fei's heart trembled, and said without hesitation, All right. The Azure Dragon Sacred Ancestral said, I want 10 drops. Long Fei said again, No problem. He did not consider nor did he think about what the Azure Dragon Sacred Ancestor wanted his blood essence for. However, at this time, he had no other choice and could only choose to act. Otherwise, he would have died here. The Azure Dragon Ancestor faintly smiled and said, Then I will await your summons. Zhang Tianfeng sneered. Brat, what are you thinking about? Don't tell me you still want to escape from here? Let's just give up. Can a low-level trash like you escape? And you probably consumed all your true spirit energy fighting the roar of sky touching, right? Right now, I'm afraid you can't even control that flying sword, can you? Tell me, how are you going to escape? Ha ha ha! Zhang Tianfeng looked extremely proud of himself. At this moment, a voice came from a distance, Have you found him? Zhang Tianfeng's gaze trembled as he replied, Lord Peak Owner, I found it. Brat, just you wait. Then, a figure pounced forward like a hungry wolf. His body was emitting an incomparably strong aura of a vicious beast. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a human, but a super monster. Seeing the crazy wolf fall, Zhang Tianfeng wanted to show off. He immediately let out a heavy sound, released both his strength and pressure, and heavily smashed onto Long Fei's shoulder. He shouted, Kneel down! Boom! Long Fei's body trembled. At the same time, the 2 disciples pressed their hands on Long Fei's shoulders heavily. It could be said that as the 6 streaks of energy pressed down on him at the same time, Long Fei's injured body was simply unable to withstand it. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled. He was about to kneel on the ground. But Long Fei's eyes darkened and roared, Kneel before your ancestor. The idea moved. His mind was filled with a powerful roar as well. Sacred Azure Dragon Patriarch, blast them to death. However, without waiting for Long Fei to finish speaking, the crazy wolf looked at Long Fei, its gaze sinking as it roared in anger. Who allowed you to make a move on him? How dare you? And then, With a slight movement of the dense energy on the crazy wolf's body, a beast shadow rushed out and directly crushed the 6 strands of energy. The 2 disciples were so shocked that their arms became numb. They instantly let go of Long Fei and retreated a few steps. Zhang Tianfeng was the same, however. He did not have the time to feel upset, but had questions in his mind instead. What's going on? What made him even more confused was that the crazy wolf took a step forward and grabbed Long Fei's right arm with one hand. His true soul surged. His joints suddenly turned fierce and he leaned back. Crack! The broken joints were reattached, causing Long Fei to clench his teeth in pain. And then, his left arm was the same, being caught by the crazy wolf. The crazy wolf laughed foolishly and said, I usually only heal a few demon beasts' bones, and it's the first time that someone's bones have been connected, so there shouldn't be any malpositions, right? If it's misplaced, then break it again and reconnect. Long Fei was completely dumbfounded. Seeing the wolf helmet and beast skin wearing old man in front of him, who looked like a wild beast, Long Fei couldn't tell if he was good or bad. However, at least his broken hands had been reattached. However, this technique was truly not to be praised. Long Fei said weakly, Thank you. The crazy wolf snickered. If you didn't burn the roar of sky touching down, I wouldn't have had the chance to thank you. And then, the crazy wolf sensed Long Fei's cultivation and looked at him suspiciously. Did you really injure the roar of sky touching? Logically speaking, a person who can injure an ancient demon beast like the roar of sky touching shouldn't be a god's elephant state. Then, the crazy wolf's gaze turned and looked at Zhang Tianfeng coldly. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhang Tianfeng was speechless. The character of the crazy wolf was known for being strange in the Fatri sect, and it was completely impossible to guess what he wanted to do. However, Zhang Tianfeng did not dare speak carelessly. Looking at the examinees, he asked heavily, Did he injure the roar of sky touching? Speak. His voice sank. Many of the examinees looked at each other. Long Fei had saved them. Now were they going to sell him out? Seeing them fall silent, Zhang Tianfeng became angry. Long Fei immediately said, It's me, that 8-clawed monster was injured by me. If you have anything, just come at me, it doesn't matter how many people you have. Long Fei secretly tensed up and thought, Seems like I won't be able to escape. Azure Dragon Sacred Ancient, you still have to make your move. The eyes of Azure Dragon's sacred ancestor, Azure Black, twitched slightly. He was prepared for it at all times. Zhang Tianfeng gave a cold laugh and said, Kid, you still have reason for injuring Beast Hills Mountain guarding treasure, right? You're still very arrogant, aren't you? If I don't give you some color, do you think you're going to fly into the sky? While they were talking, Zhang Tianfeng was about to step forward again. However, at this time, the crazy wolf's eyes gleamed. He became even more excited after getting the confirmation, because he couldn't imagine how someone from the god's elephant state could injure a roar of sky touching. This was too unbelievable. It was completely beyond his imagination. He couldn't even imagine it. Zhang Tianfeng walked over and said, Master Peak Owner, this brat is too arrogant, I will teach him a lesson. The crazy wolf said lightly, Who are you going to teach? Zhang Tianfeng said, Teach him a lesson. He injured your roar of sky touching. If you don't teach him a lesson, he will really ascend to the sky. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the crazy wolf turned around and directly grabbing Zhang Tianfeng by the collar, and stared at Zhang Tianfeng coldly. You want to hit my benefactor? Are you trying to die? Die. With a violent toss, he was sent flying 100 meters away. Bam! However, all of these were not important. What was important was when did Long Fei become the benefactor of the crazy wolf. This was the most fatal part. If Long Fei had obtained the support of the crazy wolf, then he wouldn't be able to even move a muscle. Long Fei was also startled, and said, I think you must have made a mistake. I was the one who injured your war pet. Yes. I know. I have to say, that black flame of yours really has some skill. It took me more than 3,000 pills to stabilize its injuries. However. Heh. The crazy wolf was still very excited when it thought of reining in the roar of sky touching, and said, "It's precisely because you injured it that made him sign the contract with me. It is completely loyal to me now. It is truly my war pet. Thus, you are my opportunity. You are my benefactor. I must thank you," the crazy wolf said excitedly. All of a sudden, everyone understood. The distant Zhang Tianfeng was also stunned, completely dumbstruck. Crazy Wolf said, "Brat, tell me, I will give you anything you want. You can help me with anything you want, but of course, the prerequisite is that I cannot break the clan rules of the factory sect." Even though he was from the peak owner, he couldn't act rashly. He was afraid that Long Fei would directly request for him to enter the factory sect without having to undergo the examination. This kind of thing was impossible even for sect master, let alone the peak owner. Long Fei asked, "Anything?" The crazy wolf hesitated for a moment, then said, "As long as you don't go overboard, it's fine." Long Fei did not hesitate and directly pointed at the distant Zhang Tianfeng, saying, "I want him to kneel down and kowtow to me as an apology." Huh! He thought that Long Fei would make some extremely harsh demands, but he never expected it to be so simple. It was so simple that he thought he had misheard it and said, "It's that simple?" Long Fei said, "Yes." The crazy wolf turned around and looked straight at Zhang Tianfeng and said, "Did you hear that?" Zhang Tianfeng said, "Peak owner, I am the main examiner, and I am even factory sect's outer door presbyter. For me to kneel and kowtow to him and apologize, I am afraid it will be a disgrace to factory sect's reputation, right?" The crazy wolf did not care so much. "Do you want to kneel or not? If you don't kneel, then as the head examiner, I'll let someone else take the elder's place. Do you believe me?" Zhang Tianfeng's eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his fists tightly and knelt down. His eyes were filled with ferocity and killing intent. Unwilling, however, he had no choice but to kneel down, because he couldn't afford to lose his current position. Once he loses his position as an elder, he will lose a lot of things. They would even be pushed out of factory sect. He must not lose any of his rights or status. Plop! Kneeling in front of Long Fei, his eyes gloomy as he stared at Long Fei, Dragon Fei walked forward and said slightly, "What did you tell me just now? Fighting with you on your turf? Am I not qualified? What about now? Are you qualified? Does kneeling feel good?" Dragon Fevers didn't care at all. His hatred was clear. If you make me unhappy, then I will make you even more unhappy." When kneeling on the ground in front of so many people, Zhang Tianfeng could be said to be sweeping the floor with his old face, as he might not be able to raise his head for the rest of his life. The muscles in Zhang Tianfeng's eyes trembled slightly as killing intent filled his eyes. He said solemnly, "Brat, don't be proud." "I was proud. I have to be cocky. What are you talking about? You don't like it? If you're unhappy, you have to kneel for me." Long Fei did not hide it at all and shouted loudly, "Kowtow, apologize." Zhang Tianfeng held onto the clothes on his thigh with both hands, causing creaking noises to ring out. If there was no one else here, he would definitely smash Long Fei's head apart with a single move. Of course, if there was no one else here, he might already be dead. Insanity Wolf suddenly said, "Kowtow and apologize." Hyde Tianfeng gritted his teeth and kowtowed, "I'm sorry." Long Fei said, "What? My ears aren't too good. What did you just say? I didn't hear it." Right to pay such a person would not give him any face. Some people are like that. Zhang Tianfeng gritted his teeth in hatred and said with a heavy voice, "I'm sorry." Dragon Feather smirked and said, "It doesn't matter, my lord has forgiven you for a lot." I am handsome after all. Turn and. Long Fei glanced at Zhang Tianfeng. In his heart, he knew that Zhang Tianfeng would not let him go so easily. Long Fei will not let this go easily. Leaning down, Long Fei whispered into Zhang Tianfeng's ear. Don't provoke me any more, otherwise you won't end up kneeling on the ground, but rather your head will fall on the ground. With that dragon he turned around and left. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes turned sinister. He wanted to pounce and tear Long Fei apart. Insanity the wolf looked at Zhang Tianfeng and said, Why aren't you up yet? To actually let the disciples of magic sect infiltrate into an examination, how did you become the main examiner? Hyde Tianfeng swiftly retreated. Insanity as the wolf watched Zhang Tianfeng leave, its heart slightly relaxed. Fortunately I came in time, otherwise. He did not continue. Because, before he had attacked, when he had blasted Zhang Tianfeng and the other two disciples away, he had felt an incomparably enormous aura, and this aura had come from Long Fei's body. Someone who could injure roar of sky touching, how could he be a simple person? I know. If not for him, Zhang Tianfeng would already be dead. No past. There was no need to explain anything to Zhang Tianfeng. He looked at Long Fei with great interest and said, Little brother, it doesn't matter if you're young or well, but sometimes you need to be able to endure your anger. Speak. There was something else to say. Dragon Fei did not know that he had sensed the azure dragon sacred ancestral from the space ring and politely said, Disciple will remember. Insanity Wolf smiled indifferently and said, Since you want me to tame roar of sky touching, I will help you seek justice. We will settle the score, and there is another matter that I must remind you of. In the future, don't ever come to the Beast Hill, and don't let the roar of sky touching know of your existence either. Touch the might of a divine Ho was clear to the crazy wolf. It even God's holy peakness powerhouse had to stand aside when he got angry. Dragon understood. However, Elder, there's something I need to tell you. Long Fei said faintly. The roar of sky touching's power is indeed astonishing and comes from the ancient world. But he is only in the initial stages. If he wants to make it into a beast with tentacles that can touch the heavens, it needs an even stronger opponent to stimulate it to grow. The crazy wolf was startled. For a moment, he was truly a little dumbfounded. Because only she knew of the origin of the roar of sky touching. However, he did not know that the roar of sky touching was still in the initial stage, but was such a huge demon beast still in the initial stage? It can evolve? He was in disbelief. But it didn't seem like Long Fei was lying to him. The crazy wolf's heart shivered, but didn't say anything. Looking at Long Fei, it smiled lightly, then leaped up high in the air, flying 1,000 meters away. In the next moment, it disappeared amidst the clouds. Is it a roar of sky touching or a low-leveled beast? How did he know that roar of sky touching comes from the ancient world? What's the background of this kid? Insanity Wolf was filled with doubts. No past. He did not take Long Fei's words to heart. Kaz was only a warrior of the god's elephant state, and he could tell that Long Fei did not have any talent or potential for beast taming. Perhaps the words of such a person were just for show. There was no need to be too serious. Touch the news of the divine Ho quickly spread. But yes, and he did not receive too much attention, but there was one thing that made the higher-ups of the Fatri sect angry. Then, disciples of magic sect was mixed into the examinees. 10,000 holy peak. 10,000 holy hall. Each of the 28 elders was an absolute powerhouse of the god's holy state. High-seated on the back of the seat was an elegant middle-aged man. There was a sword mark between his eyebrows, and he was Fatri sect's sect master, Mr. Celestial Zhou. Deity June slightly said, Have you found out the purpose of Devil Sect's mission? 1A God's holy peakness powerhouse stepped forward and said, Mr. Celestial, regardless of what goal Devil Sect has, he has already made his move, we cannot sit still. Moreover, the goal of the devil sect is either to sneak into our Fatri sect, or to sever our roots and eliminate some genius disciples. Another God's holy peakness powerhouse also came out and said, "That's right. Although some disciples of Magic Sect S have been cleared away, there will definitely be more among the examinees. We can't find all of them. In order to prevent the disciples of Magic Sect from infiltrating the Fatri sect, I have a suggestion. This year's examinees should all be placed into the dark magic forest, and those who can endure the demon heart's invasion should pass the examination." Dark magic forest? This is a place where even the King Powerhouse S cannot go in and out of. These examinees don't have many royal realm S, they are just sending them into a place of death. I agree with this approach. We, the Fatri sect, cannot be infiltrated by the Devil sect. Mr. Celestial thought for a moment, then said slightly, "The method is a bit cruel, however. Fatri sect will definitely not allow any disciples of Magic sect to infiltrate in. But we can't afford to miss out on some talented disciples. So, Deity June Emosier raised his eyes and looked towards a distant immortal peak. Please come out, sound waves moved. In a distant immortal estate, the eyes of a white cloth saint slightly moved. His eyes flashed with a bright light. Long Fei, are you here? Dark magic forest, a place to purify or stimulate the demon heart. Dark magic forest, a place to purify or stimulate the demon heart. The moment a demon cultivator entered the demon heart, they would quickly reveal themselves. The lower their cultivation level, the faster they would appear. If ordinary warriors went in, they would also be disturbed, and they might not even be able to withstand the power contained within the dark magic forest and fall to the path of demon. It has something to do with a person's determination. Other than that, there were also various devil realm demon beasts in the dark magic forest, as well as extremely powerful fairy beasts, which were incomparably dangerous. Under normal circumstances, this was the first time, and the most cruel time of all, that the Fatri sect had sent an elder to the dark magic forest in order to test his character. Because a lot of people would die. The disciples of Magic sect would clean up, and there were also many warriors who would fall into the path of demons and die there. They would also have to face the assaults of all kinds of extremely strong beasts. The dark magic forest's assessment was like a brutal massacre. In order to minimize the damage from the massacre, in order to ensure that they could survive, they needed the protection of some people. For example, the Saintess of Immortal Destiny. Upon receiving the Mr. Celestial's orders, she would enter the dark magic forest and try her best to defend against the attacks of the magical beasts. Other than that, Fatri sect would even send some clan elders and elite disciples to protect them. Amongst them, Chu Qing, Qin Shuang, Zheng Yuanhang and the others were given the task of entering the dark magic forest. Dark magic forest? What do you want us to go in for? Kill a magical beast? Zheng Yuanhang muttered. He did not understand the intention of the explanation. Qin Shuang said, "Why do you care so much? It's fine as long as we have points to earn as much as we can. We have earned a lot of points from the previous mission of the God's Devil City and also passed the Master's test. In addition to the points from this mission, we will be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Holy Abyss Ruins. Will be very helpful to us all." As they spoke, Qin Shuang couldn't help but look at Chu Qing. Chu Qing didn't mind so much. She gazed into the distance and lightly said, "I wonder how is Long Fei's examination going?" Qin Shuang's eyes were a little sour, but he still smiled faintly and said, "Junior sister, don't worry, he's so strong. The Fatri sect's examination won't trouble him. He'll be our junior brother before long." Jing Yuanhang also said excitedly, "He must be this year's top scholar. I heard that this year's top scholar will receive a special reward. What do you all think the reward will be?" Qin Shuang shook his head. "The top scholar rewards are different every year. This was decided by the sect master himself, no one knows. Jing Yuanhang was interested. Senior fellow Qin, do you think we should enter the immortal destiny holy ruins to cultivate? Qin Shuang was startled. He shook his head and said, I don't know, but if it's the immortal destiny holy ruins training, then the rewards will be too heavy. Don't think too much about it. The elders are still waiting for us. Qin Shuang looked at Chu Qing as he reminded him. Chu Qing retracted his gaze that was looking into the distance and said softly, Let's go. Boss, are you all right? Damn, the factory sex examination is really abnormal. Do you know what I met inside? A level 8 vicious beast. Before I could even stand firm on my feet, it had already pounced on me. Fortunately, I was quick to react, otherwise, it would have probably become the feces of that vicious beast. Tan de Peo said with a lingering fear in his heart. After entering the exam grounds, he ran for an entire day without even a second to catch his breath. A lot of people died in there. He was lucky to have made it out alive. To Launcher, this kind of assessment was the most fatal. Because he didn't have time to adjust, he could only run for his life. Su Su was also exhausted, perspiring profusely as she said, My side is also a demonic beast, and it madly chased and bit at anyone it came out. No one is its match, it's too terrifying. While Su Su was speaking, people kept coming over. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. I will remember this in my heart. You can come find me whenever you need me in the future. Thank you for your cure. At least 100 people came up to Su Su and said thank you. Su Su replied each and every one of them with a faint smile. Finally, Su Su giggled at Long Fei and said, So this is how it feels to help others? He he. Clearly, she had saved a lot of lives in the exam grounds. Yang Jin's expression did not appear to be in a sorry state, and was relaxed. He looked at Su Su with a face full of shock and said, A healing technique, I never thought that I would actually be able to cultivate this kind of ability. Su Su said with a complacent look, Of course, my Su family is a healing family. Long Fei looked at Lan Mei. Lan Mei was the only one among them who did not sweat. Vein of blue water, descendant of Holy General, if she was in such a sorry state because of a mere assessment to flee for her life, then she wouldn't be descendant of Holy General. Seeing everyone, Long Fei's heart finally relaxed a little. After all, they were still alive. Boss, didn't Area A say the cruelest exam grounds? What did you encounter? You seem to have come out earlier than us. Could it be that your Area A is already over? Tan de Peo could not help but ask. Long Fei laughed and said, I'll be there a little earlier than you guys. Tan de Peo asked, Then what kind of fierce beasts did you encounter in the exam grounds? Is he also level 8? Level 8? What was the level of roar of sky touching? Long Fei really didn't know. However, he did not intend to say it, so he replied, Seems so. I was too concentrated on escaping that I forgot to understand. Su Su immediately asked, Are you injured? You look a bit weak. Long Fei shook his head and said, I'm fine. Yang Jin looked at Long Fei and thought, It's impossible for the Area A to be a level 8 beast, and the examinees in the Area A would all come out more than any other region. This is strange. At this time, the square was filled with discussions. They were all survivors, and they were also the ones who passed the first round of examination. Each and every one of them was very excited. Have you heard? A strong demon beast appeared in Area A, but this powerful demon beast was heavily injured by someone. The owner of this magical beast has come to our doorsteps. He tortured the main examiner and even made him kneel down. This is too awesome. Such an awesome rookie? Wow, looks like there's a crouching tiger, hidden dragon this year. Who is that person? I really want to get to know him. If we meet in the future, at least we can avoid him. Let's not talk about all these. What should we consider now is the second stage of the examination. The square was full of discussions. Zhang Tianfeng had lost a lot of face, and his expression was exceptionally ugly. However, he had always been thinking about how to take revenge. He really couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, a purple light flashed and descended from the sky, and a middle-aged man wearing a purple robe landed beside Zhang Tianfeng. When Zhang Tianfeng saw the clothes on the man's body, she immediately kneeled down and said, "I pay my respects to Elder Eminent Holiness." The man's voice was soft as he said, "Stand up. Let me inform you. The second stage's assessment, Dark Magic Forest." Zhang Tianfeng's eyes flashed and he said, "Dark Magic Forest." Others might not know, but Zhang Tianfeng was very clear about what the Dark Magic Forest meant. Others might not know, but Zhang Tianfeng was very clear about what the Dark Magic Forest meant. That was where the bodies were piled. It could be said to be the most dangerous place in the entire Immortal Destiny mountain range. None of this is the point. The key was that this was a place where people could kill. As long as he could enter, he, the head examiner, could also kill. Zhang Tianfeng's eyes turned sinister as he said, "Elder, can you enter the Dark Magic Forest to maintain order? After all, I am the organizer of these newcomers. I will be able to pass every single one of them." Zhang Tianfeng naturally knew the reason for entering the Dark Magic Forest for the examination. Zhang Tianfeng continued, "This year's newbies have infiltrated the Disciples of Magic sect. I also have a responsibility. I want to make it up. I will not let any of the demon dwellers go." The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Tianfeng and hesitated for a moment, then said, "All right, then you follow me in." Zhang Tianfeng was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Elder. I will do my best to ensure that this exam will be continued, and will try to minimize my losses." The middle-aged man smiled in satisfaction and said, "The loss is secondary. The most important thing is that none of the demon dwellers are allowed to infiltrate the Fatri sect. This is sect master's decision." Joy appeared in Zhang Tianfeng's eyes. What did that mean? This meant that he had the power to kill. As long as he said that it was the Disciples of Magic sect, then it meant that they were the Disciples of Magic sect. In other words, Long Fei's life was once again in his hands. Zhang Tianfeng's heart began to boil. "Kid, what you've given me, I will return to you 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Just you wait." At this time, the middle-aged man lowered his voice and said, "Horcrux's Hill's Elder, who asked me to ask you, did you get that item?" Zhang Tianfeng trembled and lightly shook his head. "Not at the moment, but please report to Elder Hu. I will definitely get it." The middle-aged man's expression did not change, and said, "I do not need to bring any news. He will also enter the Dark Magic Forest. When the time comes you can tell him yourself." "All right. My words have reached you as well. Bring these newbies to Dark Magic Forest. This is an immortal rock." While they were talking, the man took out a beast token. On it was carved a flying beast. Zhang Tianfeng received it respectfully with both hands. The man's body disappeared into a ball of purple light in the sky. The originally ugly Zhang Tianfeng suddenly became as excited as an old comber, the bird-shaped badge in his hand. He walked to the front of the stage and locked onto Long Fei, who was in the middle of the crowd, with a single glance. He thought he had lost his chance, because he was only the organizer of the first trial, so it wouldn't be easy for him to target Long Fei again. But now it seemed that he still had a chance, and a chance that was even better than the first trial. If he were to take action himself, he would definitely make Long Fei pay. Cough cough. Zhang Tianfeng cleared his throat. The square immediately became silent. With a move of Zhang Tianfeng's true soul, he injected it into the order badge. Next, Walala! An immortal light flew out from the talisman, and an enormous figure flew out at the same time, directly covering the entire plaza. It was incomparably huge, just like a universe ship. Everyone raised their heads to look, and they were all stupefied. Long Fei was the same, Damn, aren't these birds too big? It was much bigger than fire and ice. Yang Jin was startled. Immortal rock? Tandapeo asked. You know about it again? Yang Jin said. This is the immortal rock of the Fatri sect. It can transport 3 million people at the same time. 3 million people? Oh my God! Tandapeo dumbfoundedly looked at the black shadow above him, and he was incomparably stupefied. Yang Jin muttered, Why would they need immortal rock? Isn't the second test still here? Are we going somewhere else? Why did it suddenly change? What happened? His eyes could not help but look at Long Fei. Lord, where are we going? Yeah. Are we going somewhere else? Many people were puzzled. Zhang Tianfeng said coldly, I told you all to go up and not ask any unnecessary questions. If anyone doesn't want to go up, then please leave the Fatri sect. As for where to go, you will know when we get there. Dark Magic Forest could not say. Once he said it, the disciples of magic sect hidden in the crowd would definitely not go. Moreover, if he said that his actions affected the plan above, then it was not because he couldn't protect the position of the outer door presbyter, but because he was accused of having a secret relationship with a devil sect and died here. Hurry up and go up. Faster. Stop nagging. Although no one knew where they would be transported to, no one wanted to miss the chance to enter the Fatri sect. Boss, we? Tandapeo looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, Go! No matter what he did, if he provokes me again, I will definitely make him die an ugly death. Similarly, Zhang Tianfeng also sneered coldly in his heart, threatening me? Let me kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Brat, you have completely infuriated me, just you wait. Dark Magic Forest will be your death land. Dark Magic Forest. It was located in a valley on the west side of the Immortal Edge Mountain, about 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Fatri sect. Adding on the fairy beast and flying beasts, it would be even faster. This was a land of extreme een. The temperature of the cove was 10 degrees lower than the rest, and the entire cove was incredibly large. Even if 1,000,000 people were to enter it, it would only be like throwing rocks into water, unable to cause any ripples. To protect Zhou Quan in such a place was extremely difficult. However, Fatri sect still valued this assessment greatly. At least, the Mr. Celestial sent out her Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden of Immortal Destiny had the power of purification. She could save many people. In the center of Dark Magic Forest, she quietly stood in front of a huge dark ancient tree. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, and she said with a faint voice, Demon Tree, the reason why you are here is not to create a demon dweller, but to let more demon dwellers to walk out of this place. Tao, purify the soul. The dark ancient tree shook slightly, and a sinister, eerie laughter came from deep within the ground. It seemed to be mocking him. The Holy Maiden was not displeased, but said coldly, If you dare to commit more slaughter, I will definitely exterminate you this time. Wahahaha! Ah ha ha! Another series of mocking laughter sounded from the depths of the devil tree. It caused people's minds to be disturbed, and their sea of consciousness to tremble. The disciples behind the Holy Maiden were all sweating profusely. Their bodies swayed as if they couldn't hold on much longer. The Holy Maiden's eyes turned sinister as she muttered some incantations. At this moment the ethereal rays of immortal clouds were released from her body, just like the brilliance of the Sariras, directly cleansing the demonic sound emitted by the demonic tree. The demon note from the tree vanished. The demon note from the tree vanished. Everyone recovered their wit. Aside from the Holy Maiden, all of their faces were pale. And in that instant, they felt as if their hearts were about to burst. He felt like he was about to fall into the path of demon. He couldn't control it at all. Too terrifying. One must know that all of their cultivation bases were Royal Realm S, but the experts of the Emperor Realm were still unable to resist them. If those newcomers were to enter, even the tiniest bit of demonic sound would fall into the demonic Tao, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. This assessment. He was completely here to die. The saint's forehead also tightened. The deviltry's voice sounded in the holy maiden's heart. I should be able to feel your fear by now, ha ha. You want to save people, but these people will all die. Ah ha ha. The holy maiden's 2 hands slightly clasped together as she chanted an incantation. The light from her body enveloped the entire tree. She wanted to purify the heart of the tree. However, how could the demon tree be purified by the calming heart purification curse of a mere holy maiden after being in the extreme Een land for countless years? Absolutely not. Not only that. His power was about to break through the seal, and he was about to absorb all the power in the land of absolute Een. He would be able to transform into a tree and become an adult. Once he became a monster, no one would be able to stop him. Ah ha ha. Don't waste your time. You can't stop me. The demon tree laughed maniacally. It was also at this time. An old man moved slightly and a ball of fire exploded on his body, crushing the demonic tree's wild laughter. The old man's eyebrows were red as he landed behind the holy maiden. Holy maiden, they've arrived. The holy maiden's lips paused, then said, Elder Xiang, do you really have to do this? Is there no other way? Elder Xiang shook his head. This may be the only way. Fatri sect definitely cannot let disciples of magic sect infiltrate. This is also the sect master's order. This was the only way to clear out the disciples of magic sect. The holy maiden said softly, All right, I understand. Bring them down. I will guard the demonic tree here. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to stop his demonic heart from invading. Elder Xiang said, Then I'll be troubling holy maiden. While they were talking, Elder Xiang looked at the surrounding young disciples and said, Follow me. In another place, Devil Sect. You brought him to the dark magic forest? It looks like. Zhou Daoren wants us to clear out the disciples that we have sent. In the main hall of the Devil Sect. He had originally wanted to send his disciples to sneak into the Fatri sect for the examination and enter. He had wanted to get rid of Long Fei during this process, but he did not expect that something bad would happen. An elder said, Sect Master, according to the news Wu Qing sent back, Zhou Daoren even sent out the Immortal Destiny Holy Maiden to protect the demonic tree. It seems like they are trying to reduce the number of casualties. An elder said, Sect Master, we have sent 300 people this time, we cannot just let them all die like this. Once we enter the dark magic forest, their demon hearts will be instantly exposed, and at that time. You're right. Disciples of magic sect cannot die just like that. And there is an ancient devil tree in the dark magic forest. I checked the information on this tree and heard that it came from the ancient world, and it only became a tree because it obtained a drop of God's blood. It is probably the only one in the universal realm, and if we obtain it, it might be of great help to our cultivation. A wave of discussions swept through the hall. The Grand Master's eyes narrowed. Heaven's eye, go lie down. Whether or not we save the disciples we sent out is secondary. The most important thing is to have those exam candidates die. Not a single one of them can be left alive. Also, in the end, just bring that holy maiden back to me. If I turn the holy maiden of the Fatri sect into a demon dweller, then how would the righteous sects in the western regions view the Fatri sect? This time, Fatri sect's face will be swept across the floor. A man wearing a blood-red robe walked out. He clasped his hands together and said, As you command, God's Devil City. Huff! He spat out a mouthful of black chi into the air. And then, he took another deep breath. Walala! As he inhaled the energy into his body, his eyes began to shine with a dark light. With the God's Devil City at the center, the surrounding 100 kilometers seemed as if they were on fire. There was nothing alive. Not even an ant. Suddenly, The monster inhaled violently once more. Walala! Countless black threads flew into his mouth. Both of his eyes suddenly turned sinister. Black rays of light flashed in his eyes. His entire body quickly turned into a black mist as he disappeared into the air. He was headed towards the direction of the mountain range of immortal destiny. "We're here. We're here," Zhang Tianfeng said heavily as the idea controlled the immortal Peng to fly 100 meters in the air. "Get ready." The idea moved. He directly placed the immortal rock back into the command medallion. Next. Shwa. Hundreds of thousands of examinees instantly landed. With one hand on Su Su and the other on Lan Mei, the three of them landed on the ground as if they were floating. Tan De Peo and Yang Jin faced each other. Yang Jin wanted to pull Tan De Peo's hand, but Tan De Peo shouted loudly, "Don't even think about it, you gay man." Yang Jin rolled his eyes at Tan De Peo. At this time, he lowered his head to look at the massive call below him, and his eyes were filled with shock. Looking at his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. Dark magic forest? This. How could this be? Is there a mistake? Long Fei asked. What dark magic forest? What do you know? Yang Jin shook his head and did not say a word. When they were only a dozen or so meters away from the ground, a burst of wild laughter sounded out from the depths of dark magic forest, exploding on everyone's minds. My food is here. Amidst his maniacal laughter, there were traces of calmness. However, it was too weak. Long Fei's mind was in a mess. He was still all right. After all, he had experienced many things and was extremely resolute. However, around him, many people had painful expressions on their faces. Some of them even had blood-red eyes and exuded a dense demonic aura. Demon dwellers. Disciples of magic sect. I can't bear it. Some people cried out in pain. The closer they got to the ground, the more unbearable it became. In the end, blood exploded from their 7 orifices, and their minds were shattered. Yang Jin was suddenly enlightened. There's a disciples of magic sect among the disciples in this assessment? Long Fei had already known this since a long time ago. Right now he didn't care too much about it, immediately reminding them, keep your heart at ease, don't let the demon note disturb your mind. The instant he landed on the ground, Long Fei sat cross-legged. Many people in the surroundings were bleeding from their 7 orifices. Incomparable pain. Those disciples of magic sect also quickly revealed their true colors. Ha ha! As I said, you can't stop me. The demonic tree laughed maniacally. The holy maiden did not reply. Her hands formed a seal, drawing in the blood essence. Her eyes shone with a golden light. Buzz! The light directly covered the demon tree. The demon note was instantly blocked. You did not hesitate to harm your own primordial spirit to protect these low-level martial arts training users? I don't understand. The holy maiden's face paled slightly. Because there might be someone I love here. It was just that it was possible, and not certain. It was just that it was possible, and not certain. However, even if there was a slight possibility, she couldn't take the risk. In her previous life, she didn't do much. In this life, she had to protect it well. Thus, she did not hesitate to use her blood essence to release the power of her primordial spirit and imprison the ancient deviltry, but she had to pay a price for this imprisoning. The price was that her cultivation would regress. The ancient deviltry said blandly, "Ah, so infatuated. You dare to do such a thing without knowing for sure, and the dignified holy maiden of the Fatri sect is actually interested in a mortal. I really want to know who this mortal is and what kind of background he has, so... I'm sorry, I'm going to break your seal, bound." Buzz! The ancient deviltry trembled. Several demonic leaves fell. The moment the demonic leaf landed on the ground, the air moved, transforming into one savage magical beast after another. Roar! Roar! The magical beasts roared as they walked towards the Holy Maiden. Incomparable savagery. The Holy Maiden's forehead tightened, but she did not panic. With a wave of her hand, she drew a semicircle in the air as she chanted an incantation. A golden light flashed as it revolved around her finger. Then, the saintess waved her hand. Buzz! A golden shield of light enveloped his body. Not only that, golden lights flashed out one by one. Swish, swish, swish. All the magical beasts that touched the golden light fell to the ground, their bodies turning into dust and disappearing. Tranquil heart, mysterious technique? It seems like that old demoness Jing Xian really taught you a lot. In 100 years, from a little girl to such a powerful expert, I've underestimated you. Ancient Deviltree looked at the Holy Maiden's golden shield and was stunned. But it's not enough. There's still a long way to go. As soon as he finished speaking, the ancient Deviltree suddenly trembled, and countless leaves from the towering tree fell down. At the same time, the entire dark magic forest began to tremble, and brutal roars came out from the depths of the forest. There are magical beasts? Long Fei did not care about the others. Upon hearing the intimidating roar of the demonic beast, Long Fei's heart immediately became happy. It seems to not be weak. The experience points should be very rich, right? Tan de Peo said. What kind of assessment is this? As soon as I started, it was so enchanting, I almost couldn't take it anymore and almost went crazy. Su Su and Lan Mei were still fine. They weren't distracted because of the demon notes just now. Yang Jin's eyes darkened. A beast summoned by the ancient Deviltree. Seems like. Tan de Peo let out a heavy cry and said, Goldfur, what do you know? Hurry up and say it. Yang Jin shook his head and said, I need to go and confirm. Finished. Yang Jin quickly entered the dark forest and disappeared. Tan de Peo was startled and disdainfully said, Goldfur, you bastard. Then, he looked at Long Fei and said, Boss, what should we do? A lot of people died just now, and now that the living have been dispersed, should we hide as well? They were surrounded by corpses. Other than the few disciples of Magic Sect S, most of the examinees were new. Dying just like that, this exam was a bit too cruel. Humans were like ants, and their lives were like grass. In this world of martial arts, life was truly worthless. Long Fei was a little unhappy in his heart. However, this was reality. No matter how unhappy he was, it was useless. Long Fei's eyes darkened as he stared into the depths of the forest and said, The demonic sound and the demonic beast's cries just now came from the depths of the forest. I want to go and take a look. Tan de Peo was startled and immediately replied, Understood. And then Tan de Peo attacked with fire speed. Long Fei also quickly went deeper in. Su Su and Lan Mei followed closely behind Long Fei, and the three of them quickly rushed into the depths of dark magic forest. Just now, all 121 disciples of Magic Sect S were exposed, and all of them have been locked on. However, wasn't it a little too cruel for the ancient Deviltree to let a magic note kill more than 600 innocent people? Chu Qing softly said as he looked at Elder Xiang. Xiang Helian said coldly, The world of martial arts is so cruel, if they can resist the demon sound's invasion, then they might become the Fatri sect's disciples tomorrow. All right. You're not allowed to talk about this ever again. Clean up those disciples of Magic Sect S and wait for the other disciples of Magic Sect S to show themselves. Remember, you can't be soft-hearted when dealing with disciples of Magic Sect, understand? Xiang Helian said heavily. The 100 disciples around him shouted, Yes, sir. Qin Shuang said to Chu Qing softly, Junior sister, this is the case with the martial arts training. Our mission is to kill the disciples of Magic Sect. After completing our mission, we will be able to enter the ruins of immortality to train. Isn't that the place you always wanted to go? Jing Yuanhang faintly said, Senior fellow Qin is right. Man is like an ant, life is like a blade of grass. This is the world of martial arts. There is no logic to it. Chu Qing felt uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing those innocent people lying in a pool of blood made her heart hurt. It had to do with her character. She also knew that there was only one way to change the world, to change the status quo, and that was to become stronger. Only the powerhouse had the qualifications and the ability to change this world. Chu Qing followed Qin Shuang and the others and quickly entered the forest to kill Uncle Xiang. In another place, Zhang Tianfeng's face was full of praise as he slightly bowed. Xiang Heilian bellowed, "What have you done yet?" Zhang Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a trace of fear, and he said, "It was blocked by the Beast Hill, if not I would have succeeded." Humph! Xiang Heilian let out a heavy snort. "Don't find excuses for yourself. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what's the use of it?" At the same time, Xiang Heilian secretly thought in his heart, "That madman called Crazy Wolf." Zhang Tianfeng's voice shook and said, "I know my wrongs, I'm doing my best to make up for it. That brat is currently in Dark Magic Forest, I'm sure I know that refining fire." Xiang Heilian's eyes flashed a ray of light and said, "Right in Dark Magic Forest?" Zhang Tianfeng said, "Right here. This time, I will definitely not let you down." "Alright." Xiang Heilian's expression turned slightly better, and said, "As long as you succeed, I'll definitely help you with the matter of you being transferred into the inner sect." Zhang Tianfeng's eyes revealed joy, and he immediately said, "I will definitely do my best." Then, Zhang Tianfeng slowly retreated into the darkness, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Elder of Inner House, ha ha ha! I will definitely become a Elder of Inner House. Long Fei, I definitely won't lose again this time, and I definitely won't let you escape." Xiang Heilian moved. In an instant, the speck of dark luminescence disappeared along with Zhang Tianfeng. Rainbow refining fire. If I'm not wrong, it might be the God's Design Attic's refining fire. If I can obtain it, then I can enter the God's Design Attic. Universal Realm's treasury is the place where divine weapons are ranked the best. If I can enter, hee. What does a mere Horcrux's hill like you count as? Ha ha! Xiang Heilian laughed maniacally in his heart. He calmed his mind and cleared the shackles. There were more and more magical beasts, so to speak. They were densely packed as they constantly advanced towards the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden bitterly held on. The ancient deviltry said, "You won't be able to stop it. Let go. On the account that you're the disciple of the old demoness Jing Xian, I can spare your life." The Holy Maiden ignored him. The golden light around her body became even more intense, and her speed of attack also increased. The ancient deviltry's voice sank and said, "Seems like you are really determined to oppose me. Alright, then I won't be polite." Buzz! Rumble! The demonic roots moved and the ground cracked. He directly broke through the Holy Maiden's imprisonment. Outside of the roots, balls of demon chi emerged from the cracks and transformed into demonic beasts, looking very fierce. The howls of the demonic beasts made the entire dark magic forest tremble. "You won't be able to protect them. Don't worry. I will bring their bodies here one by one. I will let you know if there is anyone you love there." Ha ha ha! The ancient deviltry laughed out wildly. The Holy Maiden's heart was in chaos. She did not expect that the ancient deviltry's roots would be able to break through the shackles she had released. However, at this time, she had no way to stop it. They could only defend the ancient deviltry. The Holy Maiden secretly said in her heart, "Long Fei, you must definitely be all right." Achoo! 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 Long Fei sneezed 3 times consecutively as he mumbled, "Who would miss me so much?" Su said with jealousy, "Did you meet a new woman?" Lan Mei pursed his lips and smiled. Long Fei quibbled, "How can that be? Aren't all the women I know all by my side?" Humph, Su pouted her small mouth and said, "Don't think that I don't know. Last time in Fatri sect, didn't that fairy-like elder sister come to you as a new acquaintance? Maybe she's here too, thinking of you. You guys sensed it just in time." Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Your imagination is really rich." Lan Mei pulled Su's hand and said, "Suso, you don't need to worry about it, as long as we still have a spot in his heart it will be fine." Lan Mei saw through everything. A man like Long Fei couldn't even be locked with 18 iron chains. It was not that he was trying to attract attention, but those flowers and plants would unconsciously lean onto him. Just like them, they would be attracted to Long Fei uncontrollably. It was as if Long Fei had some kind of magic power, causing people to think about him at a loss of food. Maybe this was his charm. Su slightly said, "I know that's what I want to do as well, but in my heart it's a little difficult." At this moment, Tandapeo suddenly shouted, "Boss!" Bang bang bang. A series of crushing sounds came from the front as towering trees were uprooted one by one. Every step forward caused the ground to tremble even more violently. A colossus was approaching. Long Fei's mind tensed up. He immediately shouted out, "Prepare to fight!" Su and Lan Mei quickly increased the distance between them and entered a battle state. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Tandapeo panted heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat as he ran out, battered and exhausted, saying, big guy, a rank 9 beast. It's even stronger than the beasts we met in the first stage of the examination." While they were talking, Tandapeo did not even look as he directly faced the sky and pulled the trigger. Swoosh swoosh. The 2 energy cannons were released. The sky suddenly exploded. At the same time, it also illuminated the dark sky, making it as clear as a mountain. The fur all over his body was like needles, and his appearance was ferocious, as if he was a hybrid monster. "Oh my God!" Su's eyes flashed. Then, what exactly is that thing? Along with the 2 cannonballs' sounds, the dark magic forest trembled, and many people saw the huge magical beast. "There's actually a launcher? Monster! Those were monsters! It's not a demon beast at all, it's a monster. Quick, run! What the hell is the Fatri sect doing? This is also an examination? Hurry up and run, don't talk about this anymore." The new disciples of Dark Magic Forest were scurrying all over the place, however. They simply could not walk out of the Dark Magic Forest, which was just a maze. If no one was leading the way, they would not be able to walk out of here. This was also the reason why Dark Magic Forest was selected. Not placed in any of the disciples of Magic Sect S. In another place, Chu Qing looked at the gigantic demonic beast in the distance and his gaze tensed up as he asked, "Can't Sister Holy Maiden hold on anymore?" Qin Shuang looked at the demonic beasts, his gaze becoming tense. "Looks like this year's rookies are going to all die." Jing Yuanhang muttered, "I wonder if the young sect master will come." Chu Qing's eyes flashed and said, "The Holy Maiden's fiancé? Young sect master Zhou Yuan?" Qin Shuang said, "If it was him, even if it was a peak-level ancient deviltry, it would probably not be enough, right?" Chu Qing said, "Big Sister Holy Maiden and Young Sect Master are a match made in heaven. Young Sect Master will definitely come. I want to go find him." Qin Shuang's gaze tensed up. He saw Long Fei as his love rival, but in his heart, he admired Long Fei a lot, not to mention that Long Fei had saved them before. Jing Yuanhang also said, "Count me in." Just as the 3 were about to leave, Xiang Halian berated them. "You guys don't have to handle the things over there, you just need to complete your hunting mission." Chu Qing said, "Clan elders with the beasts, we will definitely not be able to handle those newbies, shouldn't we protect them?" Xiang Halian said coldly, "Your task is to kill the disciples of Magic Sect. I will naturally send people over to protect them. Understood?" If you dare to commit any evil deeds in the past, your task credit will be 0 this time. All of you are people who have hopes of entering the ruins of immortality to cultivate. I've chosen all of you because I have high hopes for you. Don't disappoint your master. Xiang Helian said solemnly. He could not allow anyone to go there, because Zhang Tianfeng had already found his target. The fact that Zhang Tianfeng attacked the newbie couldn't be spread out, otherwise it would affect him. Chu Qing wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Shuang. Their mission this time could be said to be giving out points, and they were also people that the sect focused on raising. If he offended Xiang Helian, then his task credit would truly be gone this time. Rumble! The goblin beast grabbed a huge tree that reached into the sky, and with its roots pulled out, it ruthlessly threw it at Tandapeo, who had just fired a cannonball. This power was simply heaven-defying. Tandapeo did not panic. He fired a series of cannon shots into the sky, and directly smashed that towering tree into pieces. Fuck, you want to smash your grandfather to death? You are still far from it. Tandapeo rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking proud of himself. But right at this moment, the demonic beast's eyes moved as it glared at him. Long Fei's gaze tightened. Be careful. The two words, green eyes, popped out. The two words, green eyes, popped out. Buzz! A divine might burst out, crushing everything in its path. Buzz, buzz, buzz! His mind was in a mess. His sea of consciousness was like a violent storm, and his scalp was numb. Moreover, Tandapeo, who was being stared at by it, seemed to be stopped by the body-securing curse. He did not move at all, he was just like a fool. Crap. His mind was stunned. Moreover, Tandapeo's sea of consciousness had probably been completely crushed as well. Under the strength of 2 stages, Tandapeo was basically unable to move an inch. Su Su! Long Fei shouted and then moved, snapshot step. He raised his speed to the fastest speed possible. The idea moved, dragon sword. Wung! Rumble! The sword's cry was ear-piercing, directly destroying the demonic beast's gaze. Long Fei jumped up with all his might and said heavily, "Grandson, grandfather is here, you're here to mess with me." Su Su quickly caught up, and the cure was released onto the stage. The magical beast's pupils changed. Tandapeo was drenched in cold sweat instantly, as if he had just returned from hell. He gulped down a few mouthfuls of saliva before muttering to himself as he looked at the demonic beast in the sky, "Damn, isn't this daddy just pretending? Can you let me finish this act?" They watched as Long Fei charged to the front and attracted the aggro of the demonic beasts. Tandapeo quickly recovered, his eyes moved and reminded him, "Boss, this guy's eyesight is very strong, do not look at him directly." While speaking, Tandapeo quickly ran to the highest point, the corners of his mouth raised. "Damn it, you don't want me to act cool, right? I can't kill you." Roar! A roar. The beast locked onto Long Fei, hugged his 2 fists, and smashed towards Long Fei's head like a war axe. Crack! 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 Thunder and lightning continued to crash down from above Long Fei's head with constant explosions. Long Fei's mind sank as he grasped the heavy sword. In that instant, his figure moved, leaping forward with a heavy leap. Boom! His body bounced up. Dragon sword! Buzz! The piercing sound of the swords flew above Long Fei's head. The powerful Zhenshilong sword charged forward and blocked the dual fists on the axe, then suddenly exploded with power. Wung! Rumble! Violent tremors exploded and a powerful shockwave immediately covered several kilometers, bringing with it raging winds. The dragon sword blocked this move for Long Fei, but Long Fei did not stop. He directly jumped onto the arm of the demonic beast, dragged his heavy sword with his right hand, and rushed forward as if flying. The eyes of the magical beast turned sinister. The power of the eye was released once again. F***CK. Do you think I would let you release your eye strength again? Tandapeo moved, and his right arm exploded with a cracking sound. He lifted his right hand. With chilly concoction. Ha ha ha! Whoosh! The shell shot out and landed right on the forehead of the magical beast, causing a cloud of hot pepper water to explode. The power of his pupils was released, but he couldn't see through the mist of the trash water at all. Moreover, not even half a second had passed before the demonic beast's tears began to gush out, as if it was about to cry because of something. Woo woo! Woo woo! His eyes turned red and bloodshot. At this time, Long Fei held his breath, narrowed his eyes, and slightly moved his right hand, heavy sword. Kill! The strength of his right hand was very gentle. It was as if he had no strength at all. Furthermore, a heavy sword that weighed tens of thousands of jin was as light as a tree branch, and there was no weight to be seen. He slashed out. Long Fei leaped up. His body directly passed through the head of the magical beast, and with a heavy sound, he cried out, "Fall down!" As soon as his voice faded, Walala! A chain of healing powers appeared on his head, which Su Su released just in case he got hurt. In another place, Lan Mei grasped his weapon tightly and kept his guard up, preventing any other demonic beast from launching a sneak attack, or preparing to support Long Fei at any time. Rumble! 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 The magical beast's body exploded, and the weapon's head exploded, and its body toppled to the ground. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 180,000 experience points for killing a rank 9 beast, 100,000 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. None of the treasures drop. However, the experience of slashing out 100,000 points in one slash was quite abundant. Long Fei landed on the ground. With a flick of his right hand, the heavy sword returned to its sheath. Long Fei thought in his heart, "I feel more and more that the elder swordsman is too strong. 3 months of bitter training is worth more than anything." That strike did not have any moves. However, Long Fei felt that it was like there was an unlimited number of moves, and all of the sword moves seemed to be inside. It was very strange. Long Fei's master had always been the system, and had all sorts of data. He had never officially learned the things that the powerhouse of this world had taught him. They had always thought that digitization was everything. But from the looks of it, he still had a lot of ways to go. There were too many powerhouse in this world, too many of them. At least, in a match with elder swordsmen, he might not even be able to withstand one move even if he used all his strength. One strike in 1 second. Rub! Tandapeo grinned, his face full of jealousy and envy. He muttered to himself, "I wanted to act cool, but I didn't expect myself to be unable to do anything in front of boss. You can only pretend to be bitter." In the distance, that magical beast died. Who's so amazing? Are there any stronger rookies here this year? I noticed it just now. A sword. The sword intent is astonishing. Countless people were discussing. Other than the new disciples, there were also many disciples and elders of the Fatri sect. After all, the matter of the disciples of magic sect being cleared was something that alarmed everyone in Saints Hill. Many people paid attention to his every move. "Your magical beast was killed." The holy maiden smiled. "It seems that you didn't succeed. Killing a demonic beast that was transformed from an ancient devil tree would consume a demonic tree's strength. As long as she killed more, the pressure on her side would lessen." The holy maiden thought to herself, "It should be the elder Xiang and the others. Only the people from Fatri sect could kill the beast. It was impossible for him to be a new disciple." Of course, the holy maiden's heart throbbed a little, thinking of a person. Rumble! Suddenly, the ancient devil tree trembled again. He was not in a good mood and said, "Cut my roots? Do you think this is the end? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. If you want to survive here, then let's see just how strong he is." The ground shook violently. At the same time, the ancient devil tree stared at the holy maiden and said, "You just watch, everyone in dark magic forest will die. You're the last one. 9 Hell Evil, help me control it. Demon Array, activate." With the release of the demonic sound, the ancient devil tree's roots were like ghost soldiers walking out from the ground, constantly breaking through the shackles the holy maiden had released, and rushing out of the shackles one by one. With the release of the demonic sound, the ancient devil tree's roots were like ghost soldiers walking out from the ground, constantly breaking through the shackles the holy maiden had released, and rushing out of the shackles one by one. Moreover, in that instant, the roots grew and all sorts of powerful magical beasts began to appear, all of them above the 9th rank. In half a minute, they were surrounded by magical beasts. One was more brutal than the other. The entire aura of the dark magic forest was invaded and occupied by the devil aura, allowing the hidden disciples of the disciples of magic sect S to hide their auras even better. "Everyone here has to die. Turn them all into my nourishment." The demonic sound of an ancient devil tree resounded in the dark magic forest. At the same time, the holy maiden's eyes narrowed. Drip, drip. 2 more drops of blood essence fell down as he chanted. The golden light around his body turned into sword shadows, which then disappeared into the air. Buzz! A sword chime rang out. "This is bad." Xiang Helian frowned. He secretly trembled. Tranquil Heart Sword Shadow, seems like the holy maiden has reached her limit. Then, Xiang Helian said in a heavy voice, "Pass on my order, clean up the disciples of magic sect quickly. Once you have finished cleaning up, immediately evacuate the dark magic forest." Chu Qing immediately asked, "What about those newbies?" Xiang Helian said solemnly, "Right now, they don't have to care that much. This might just be their lives." Before he finished speaking, Chu Qing ran out. Xiang Helian's eyes turned sinister. "Where are you going?" Chu Qing did not answer and disappeared in a flash. Qin Shuang immediately said, "Clan Elder, I will go and chase her back." "I'll go too." Xiang Helian still did not agree, and the 2 of them ran out. Xiang Helian was annoyed. "How dare you, rebel?" Just then, a disciple of the Fatri sect ran over and said anxiously, "Clan Elder, this is bad. The paths in the dark magic forest have all changed, the coordinates we left behind are all gone." The reason why they could not get lost in dark magic forest was because they had a road sign that only the disciples of Fatri sect could understand. Now that the road sign was gone, the dark magic forest had become a true maze. Xiang Helian was not in a rush, even if the signpost on the ground was gone, but what about the sky? No matter how capable the ancient devil tree was, could it seal the sky? Xiang Helian slightly said, "What are you panicking for? Quickly clean up disciples of magic sect. As for the way out, I have my own ways. Hurry up and go." All of the disciples clasped their hands and quickly left. Xiang Helian thought, "It's fine if the new disciples don't come out, if they all die here, no one will notice it." But Xiang Helian was a little unhappy. He did not know why Zhang Tianfeng had yet to make a move. "Trash. Do you want me to do something for such a small matter?" Xiang Helian was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Tianfeng, and seeing that he still had some relation with him, he had already told him to scram. "Looks like I have to do it myself." Xiang Helian's figure faintly moved. "Holy sh*T. Boss, did you feel it? Demonic chi. Incomparable thick demonic energy." Tan DePeo's expression shook, his nose took a whiff, and felt the strong demonic chi coming closer and closer from the depths of the forest. Su Su asked, "What exactly is inside?" Lan Mei said, "Fatri sect doesn't care about our safety even if we are thrown in a place like this? This is an examination, not a death sentence." "Boss!" Long Fei grinned and said, "I was just worried that there wouldn't be a boss to deal with." And then, Long Fei clenched his fists, causing the joints in his body to crack, and said, "No matter who's inside, we'll know after we kill our way in." "Cannon!" Tan de Peo immediately replied. "I'm here." Long Fei said, "Let's take over the high ground first, the firepower attraction and support." Tan de Peo replied, "Understood." Then he quickly jumped into the forest. Long Fei looked at Su Su and said, "Follow behind me, don't lean too close to me. At the same time, you also need to know the positions of Tan de Peo and Lan Mei. Lan Mei, you are in charge of protection and vigilance." "Yes, sir," the two girls said at the same time. Long Fei laughed excitedly. "Who cares what kind of assessment you are, what is inside you? I only have one word, I'm done for." And then, the three of them also quickly jumped into the forest. Rumble! Rumble! The sound shook the sky, the rocks shattered, and the towering trees were instantly uprooted. "Help! I don't want to play, I want to go home, I want to go home. I don't want to take the examination, I don't want to go to Fatry sect. I'm going out. Let me out." Ah! Miserable cries for help rang out unceasingly. The examinees who were hiding in the dark magic forest were like flies that were scurrying all over the place. As long as they were targeted by the magical beasts, they would be crushed in an instant. Their bodies were like fried dough twigs, continuously being transported to the ancient devil tree. The ancient devil tree's roots were stabbing into their bodies madly, absorbing their true spirit and profound chi. This was his nourishment, and during the process, the ancient devil tree was also changing rapidly. It continued to grow stronger. It felt like his primordial spirit was breaking through his body. The holy maiden felt the change in the ancient devil tree and frowned. "I've already sent the signal, why are you still here?" The ancient devil tree sneered. "It's useless, they can't escape. They are all my nutrients, after I absorb all of them, I will be able to cultivate and become an adult." "Ha ha ha!" the holy maiden said with a heavy voice, "Don't even think about it." "Humph!" the ancient devil tree said, "Even the old demoness Jing Xian was unable to stop me, do you think you can? Furthermore, if my master was still here, I would have become an adult long ago." Sigh. What a pity! It's a pity that he was suppressed. I escaped ancient world like a stray dog and hid here for 1,000,000,000 years, living a miserable life. However, it's all right, I'll soon be able to cultivate it. Ha ha ha! The ancient devil tree was abnormally excited, and the pressure he exerted on the holy maiden became stronger and stronger. The holy maiden's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. His body seemed to be trembling. She was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, Fatry sect, at the bottom of the Holy Land in a secret cave. Mr. Celestial slightly nodded. The stone door of the abode automatically opened. Zhoudarin slightly said, "You honor, the Holy Maiden won't be able to hold on much longer. It's up to you now." In that instant, a ray of golden light shot out from the cave and instantly landed in front of Zhoudarin. As his voice faded, a golden light flashed out. Zhoudarin looked at the distant figure and smiled. "I have already created the conditions for you, whether or not you can take it all depends on yourself. However, a life and death battle, this should be enough to take him down, right? She has a power that can help people transcend everything." Ha ha! "Fire! Fire!" Long Fei roared again. Boom! Boom! The two cannons accurately hit one of the level 9 beast's heads. The beast swept its eyes across and stared at Tan de Peo, who was standing high up in the sky. Crack! Rumble! A towering tree was pulled up, and in an instant, it smashed towards Tan de Peo. Tan de Peo grinned and laughed, saying, "Just here? It's not enough." He raised his right arm towards the sky and shot out several shots, directly blowing up that towering tree into dust and causing it to fall from the sky. Hee. Do you know the power of the launcher? Tan de Peo was pleased with himself. However, the magical beast suddenly rubbed its hands together and dived directly into the ground. It lowered its body slightly and supported itself with its feet. Tandapeo's expression changed and said straightforwardly, "Your sister, this father will not get close." After being faked, he immediately ran, afraid that his mind and consciousness would be shaken just now. The feeling of being nailed to the ground like a fool was like waiting for death. However, without waiting for the demonic beast to charge, Long Fei moved his heavy sword. Shwa! The heavy sword, edgeless, suddenly slashed down. A sword light flashed. A magical beast's arm was taken off. Awoo! With a great pain, the demonic beast gave up trying to kill Tandapeo. Its eyes darkened and a power that could break one's mind and heart was released from its devilish fiery eyes. Buzz! Long Fei's pupils tightened as he shouted at Su Su, "Back off." His entire body also instantly leaped up. Dodge this attack. A light blue figure moved, just like a light wave in the ocean. With the sea god's trident in hand, it leaped forward with a light body. In the sky, he held the sea god's trident with both hands and pierced it toward the magical beast's head. Buzz! The power of a blood vein erupted from her body. Walala! 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 His entire body went through the beast, from mid-air to the ground, launching a sleigh. Wow! With a blood-curdling scream, the beast was split into two, and System Beep S appeared in Long Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Beast 4, obtaining 20,000 experience, 180,000 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. Damn! What a beautiful strike! Long Fei could not help but praise him. Looking at the fine clothes, Lan Mei felt that he had become a completely different person when fighting. Long Fei muttered in his heart, "Descendant of Holy General is just not the same." Su Su was also full of smiles as he replied, "Of course, big sister Lan Mei is extremely strong." Tandapeo saw that Lan Mei had taken care of the beast in one move, and his eyes almost fell to the ground. With a face of shock, he ran to Long Fei's side and said, "Boss, I feel like I'm stronger than you." Long Fei rolled his eyes at him. At this moment, just before the magical beast fell to the ground, it let out a blood-curdling screech, as a large group of magical beasts came charging towards them. Long Fei frowned. Tandapeo's face also darkened and said, "At least a dozen, boss. This lineup is a little huge, Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Then it's over. One at a time." Long Fei wanted to challenge his limit. He also wanted to see the limit of the sword intent that the elder swordsman had taught him. And then again, Lan Mei, Su Su, Tandapeo and the others had not truly displayed their strength yet, so Long Fei wanted to see how strong they had become. Tandapeo clenched his fists tightly. "I'll also fight one against one later." Su Su pointed to a beast not far away that had sent a gigantic tree that could touch the sky, and said, "Your chance to show off has come." "Go!" Tandapeo's face turned cold. His scalp felt a little numb as he muttered, This guy, isn't he too fierce?" Long Fei took a step forward. However, Tandapeo laughed. "Boss, I'll go first." He didn't look for a high vantage point. Instead, he charged straight at it. "Grandson, let's see how Grandpa will toy you to death." Tandapeo's continuous barrage of heavy cannons was not harmful, but was rather foggy. All kinds of chili concoction, garlic essence, and all sorts of pungent smell filled the air. Rumble! Rumble! Another one! Lan Mei rushed over and said, "I'll do it." Long Fei moved and said, "Dragon sword." Buzz buzz! Buzz buzz buzz! The dragon sword moved and quickly flew out. Long Fei wanted to know their strength, so he didn't want to miss any of their experience. This demon beast only had a few million experience points. How could he let it go? Of course not. As long as Dragon Sword dealt damage, then Long Fei could obtain experience points. This was the advantage of the system. It was as if someone was helping him farm monsters. Rumble. He once more charged out from another side, charging out with 3 magical beasts. Long Fei's right hand moved, and the heavy sword was slightly raised. As he raised the sword into the air, he remained motionless, but with the corners of his mouth raised, he said, "Come," Su Su said. "Then what about me?" Long Fei said loudly, "Stay where you are, pay attention to the treatment. The 3 of us must definitely not let the beasts near Su Su." Lan Mei and Tan De Peo answered loudly, "Understood." The 4 of them formed a team. The division of labor is clear. The most important thing was to protect Su Su. As long as they could protect this wet nurse, they would be able to deal endless damage. The team was cruel. The magical beasts' levels were also getting higher and higher. They started at the early 9th rank, then the intermediate level, then the advanced level, and this wasn't the most powerful of magical beasts. Tan De Peo was barely able to hold on, but he could only take on 1 beast at most. If there were too many of them, he would be chased down, and he could only rely on his gorilla hit to counterattack. Lan Mei was much stronger than Long Fei had imagined. She could fight against 3 demon beasts by herself, but the louder the sound, the more magical beasts attracted her to join in. There were already 10 or so magical beasts surrounding her. Very passive. Danger lurked in every direction. On Long Fei's side. Other than Su Su, who could find his location, no one else could. They were completely surrounded by the magical beasts. However, he was the most resistant. Even if there were 10 or so magical beasts by his side, he would still be able to survive. From time to time, he would even take out a magical beast. However, Long Fei was after all just a mortal body. He wasn't made of iron, nor was he made of steel, and after a long time, he couldn't endure it any longer and could only be pressed down on the ground and rub against it. The encirclement was shrinking. Su Su wasn't in any danger, but he was the busiest one, and he also consumed the most true spiritual value. "Mammy!" Tan De Peo screamed. Su Su immediately released a cure. "Stop screaming, you are so noisy. Look at big sister Lan Mei and big brother Long Fei, you only have a few beasts by your side." Tan De Peo said bitterly, "Sis, I really can't take it anymore." Su Su didn't care. Long Fei shouted out, "Is it done yet?" Tan De Peo said, "It's about time." Lan Mei also said, "I'm pretty much heavily injured." Long Fei said heavily, "The 2 of you, run to my side." Dragon Sword. Wung. Once the Zhenchulong sword flew up to the sky, a circular sword chi came out violently, covering all of the demonic beasts. Kill! Kill! Rumble! Rumble! Wherever the sword chi went, not a single blade of grass grew. Those mountainous magical beasts were instantly chopped into fine powder by the dragon sword. Walala! One by one, the beasts collapsed. At this time, the system beep in Long Fei's mind exploded. Ding! 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 The experience points grew crazily. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. Level 3 Celestial Phenomenon. Huff's personal attribute had changed, and not only did his health point change, his true spiritual value had also recovered in an instant. This is great. Long Fei stretched out his hands and laughed excitedly. There was nothing better than leveling up. Tan De Peo sat on the ground, exhausted, and said, "Boss, you still feel good about this? I really admire you. It's been 3 whole days. My bones are going to break. We can't fight anymore." 3 days. For a whole 3 days, Long Fei and the other 3 had not rested at all as they continued to kill non-stop. They were surrounded by the corpses of magical beasts. It was like a rectangular killing field. Lan Mei replied, "I have no problems." Long Fei said, "Did you see that? Canon, you are a man after all. How can you say you are tired? Tanda Peo looked at Lan Mei and asked bitterly. Can I compete with her? She was completely a monster. Just look at her after she recovered from her cultivation. Who could match up to her speed in breaking through? Her strength. She has never seen her move before. If it wasn't for me calling you boss, you wouldn't even be as fierce as eldest sister-in-law. What harm? This was true. Lan Mei's breakthrough speed was simply too fast. His improvement was akin to flying. As expected, descendant of Holy General was not faked out of black and white. Lan Mei slightly said, No, I'm still far from talking about his opponent. Lan Mei knew clearly in his heart. Long Fei's strength was something that she completely could not understand, and she would never discover Long Fei's weakness, nor would she ever discover that he said he was tired, and that he could not persevere. Perhaps that was his charm. Long Fei laughed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lan Mei also recovered his expression and said, Su Su's true spiritual value is still a bit weak, why don't we rest for a bit? According to Su Su's personality, she would definitely run up when she saw them stop, but she did not do so this time. Instead, she sat cross-legged and quickly absorbed the true spirit of heaven and earth, recovering her true spiritual value as quickly as possible. Long Fei nodded and said, Okay, let's rest for a while. As if being released, Tanda Peo's entire body fell to the ground, comfortable. However, on the hillside, a single magical beast holding a giant wooden club had a bloody glow in its eyes. Behind it were over 100 magical beasts, all of which had blood-red glints in their eyes. The wooden stick shook. Rumble! The mountainside instantly cracked, and like an earthquake, the cracks quickly extended towards the valley where Long Fei was. Long Fei's pupils contracted. He leaped up and saw the demonic beast at the side of the hill. Gold light shone, little boss? Rumble! 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 The valley shook and the dark magic forest became abnormal. Long Fei's heart sank. In these few days, all the beasts he encountered were level 9, but looking at the demonic energy coming from afar, it was obvious that these beasts were level 9. Tanda Peo stood up instantly, and after hearing the trembling sound, he said, Damn, are you done yet? Lan Mei looked at Long Fei and said, This time, the realm of the demonic beast is even higher. Tanda Peo's pupils tightened and said, Could it be a immortal stage demon beast? Damn this. Do you want us all to die here? It could be said that most of the new disciples had died in the last few days. The rest was either good hiding or luck. There were less than 10,000 disciples that remained after 3 days of examination for the 1,000,000 disciples. In such a large corner of dark magic forest, they were all shivering. There were only a few like Long Fei who resisted with all their might. Long Fei did not even think about it and said, Withdraw. Tanda Peo stared blankly for a moment, then said, Boss, did I hear wrongly? Long Fei gave a loud, heavy shout, Retreat. Lan Mei and Tanda Peo reacted, immediately rushing to Su Su's side, and said, Sesame, quickly retreat. Rumble! On the other side of the valley. Suddenly, another immortal stage beast swung its wooden staff, and then another 100 of them came charging down. Rumble! Rumble! There were magical beasts everywhere. Furthermore, many of them were in the immortal stage realm, and the beasts on the surrounding hills had reached the first level of the immortal stage. They stood guard in 4 different directions like 4 war gods. Surrounded and killed. In the dark. Heh. You're finally surrounded, right? For this moment, I have waited patiently for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Tianfeng laughed excitedly. Long Fei and the others being surrounded was also his doing. For the past 3 days, he had been paying attention to Long Fei. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, Long Fei's strength was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he had an unfathomable dragon sword, so Zhang Tianfeng wasn't absolutely confident. However, he knew, as long as Long Fei was still in dark magic forest, he would have the chance. Then it would definitely be able to kill Long Fei. Now the time had come. "Boss, we're surrounded," Tan de Peo muttered. Su Su said, "Damned cannon, no need for you to say anything, we all know." Lan Mei's brows tightened and said, "What do we do now?" Long Fei said lightly, "There's no other way, we can only." Before he could finish his sentence, he found another spot on the hillside. 3 figures ran down. Long Fei was startled. Su Su took the lead and said, "It's big sister Chu Qing." Chu Qing looked at Long Fei and said, "You guys are here indeed." Long Fei said, "Why do you all still dare to come? This valley has been surrounded by magical beasts." Chu Qing was not anxious at all. "Senior Brother Jing, send a signal for Elder Xiang and the rest to come here. Elder Xiang is a god's holy state, it is not a problem to deal with these magical beasts." Zheng Yuanhang nodded, and immediately sent a signal to the sky. Boom! The signal detonator exploded in midair. In the distance, Xiang Helian raised his eyes coldly, turned and looked at the Fatri sect disciples that wanted to attack, and said, "Our mission is to clear out the disciples of Magic Sect, and no one is allowed to go if they are not there to save people. Do you understand? If anyone dares to disobey my orders, then this time I don't have any task credit." Xiang Helian knew of Zhang Tianfeng's plan. He definitely wouldn't let anyone destroy it at this point. Zhang Tianfeng had waited for 3 days, and he, Xiang Helian, had also waited for 3 days. Long Fei smiled and said, "Seems like the signal flare is not effective." Chu Qing frowned. Could it be that Elder Xiang didn't see it? Long Fei said, "Even if you saw it, it would be too late." The magical beast army had already charged down. They had no way out. Long Fei said in a heavy voice, "Chu Qing, Brother Jing, the 3 of you protect Su Su." Chu Qing immediately asked, "Then what about the 3 of you?" Long Fei said, "Let's open up a path, let's kill our way out." Qin Shuang was startled and said, "You guys lead the way? Brother Long, I don't doubt your strength, but are the 2 of them stronger than us?" Long Fei said, "Right now I might not be as powerful as you, but soon, their strength will be stronger than yours." Long Fei glanced at Lan Mei and Tan de Peo and said, "Azure Dragon War God, open." The 2ID's move. The Azure Dragon War God's armor was released, and in an instant, the 3 people's azure light flashed, and their battle clothes seemed to flash like dragon scales. Their cultivation, power, speed seemed to explode. When he opened his Azure Dragon War God's clothes, the 3 of them seemed to have evolved and mutated. When he opened his Azure Dragon War God's clothes, the 3 of them seemed to have evolved and mutated. The auras radiating from the 3 of them were exceptionally different. They carried the aura of dragons and the domineering aura of killing intent. The 2 powers intertwined together to form a visible green halo. It was as if they were wearing divine treasures. Azure Dragon War God's robe. The materials for the Sword of War God, the infusion of the Green Dragon's power, and the fusion of the system's secret technique, making technique. In the past, the power of the battle uniform was very simple, it was either a defensive type or an offensive type. Right now, the Azure Dragon War God's clothes are different, its power, speed, and defense are all perfectly combined together. He could both do the output and carry the tank. Chu Qing, Qin Shuang, and Zheng Yuanhang were all stunned when the Battle God's robe appeared on their bodies. "Wow! Brother Long, what are you wearing? Isn't this too cool? Incredible! Is your armor a divine treasure? 1 is 3. My God, it is even more powerful than the flowing immortal golden silk armor worn by the Fatri sect's disciples of secret sects. Awesome, too handsome." There was a secret organization in the Fatri sect that only the most elite people could enter. It was called the Secret Sect. Only the disciples of Secret Sect would have the qualifications to obtain the flowing immortal gold silk armor. This kind of armor's defense, strength, could all be said to be at the top of the immortal stage's divine treasures. Even the divine treasures on the Elder of Inner House S could not compare to it. However, the Azure Dragon War God's robe on Long Fei's body was not inferior in any way. Long Fei grinned and said, "When I have time next time, I'll help you guys with a few things." Jing Yuanhong's eyes flashed, and he said, "Brother Long Fei, you're the one who said that, I'm serious now." Chu Qing also said, "I want it too." Qin Shuang bit his lips. Although he didn't want to owe Long Fei any more, but the temptation of the battle god's robe was too great. He couldn't help but say, "Give me one too." Long Fei said straightforwardly, "No problem, but that is, if we can escape from here." There were simply too many magical beasts around. Even if Long Fei and the others had War God's robe, it would not be easy for them to rush out of the demon beast formation. 7 people against 1,000 magical beasts. This was not a normal difficulty. Qin Shuang clenched his fists. "I will definitely rush out." Chu Qing also innocently said, "I believe that Elder Xiang will also quickly rush over." Long Fei laughed. Reinforcements? With his cultivation level, he never expected that with the sound of the god's holy state's distress signal, it would arrive in less than half a minute. It had already been a few minutes, and there was still no sound, which showed that the so-called Elder Xiang did not have any intentions of saving them. Long Fei did not hold any hope. He glanced at Lan Mei and Tan De Peo and asked, "Are you ready?" Lan Mei and Tan De Peo nodded heavily. Long Fei looked at the incoming beasts and shouted, "Kill!" Whoosh whoosh whoosh! 3 voices shot out like a trident. Buzz! A light dragon's roar exploded in the air as the power of the Azure Dragon War God's robe completely exploded outwards. Long Fei was like a madman that did not care about his life, as he charged into the midst of the magical beasts and started to madly trample on them. Moreover, although it looked like Long Fei and the others were surrounded, they felt like this group of beasts were being ruthlessly trampled on by Long Fei and the others. Quite the opposite. Qin Shuang and the others were all dumbfounded. "You can do this? Holy sh*t. My previous 3,670 combat experience seems to be fake." The 3 of them watched in a daze. They had never seen Long Fei's way of fighting before. "What are you waiting for? Follow our footsteps and quickly charge out of the valley." With a loud sound, the wings of Long Fei's war god shirt on his back moved, and he flew into the air, striking a magical beast hard. Rumble! The head of that magical beast exploded. At the same time, the other beast swept its front claws fiercely, slapping Long Fei on his back. Bam! The claw broke and a claw mark appeared on the Azure Dragon War God's clothes. Although Long Fei wasn't heavily injured, his entire body was smacked down from the sky. Buzz! A light sound. At this moment, the Azure Dragon War God's robe on Su Su's body was also released. She seemed to have turned into a fairy and with a flash, covered Long Fei directly. They couldn't see it, but the consumption of health point above Long Fei's head instantly increased. This cure. Invincible! The 3 stared blankly. Ancient secret cure? He actually reached such a level. His injuries were healed in an instant. This is unbelievable. These 4. Why do I feel that their cultivation is not high, but they are much stronger than us? I have a feeling that I'm very weak. Jing Yuanheng muttered. This was too much of a blow. Qin Shuang and Chu Qing had the same feeling. At the same time, they understood one thing in their hearts, that after this assessment, no one would ever call East Imperial City a piece of trash again. Long Fei was proving this. Moreover, the 3 of them believed that Long Fei would definitely be able to do it. Qin Shuang reacted and immediately said, "Let's go!" The 4 of them quickly chased after him. "It seems like you don't get what you want." Holy Maiden looked at the ancient devil tree and said indifferently, The surrounding corpses were quickly being absorbed by the ancient deviltry, but she also felt that the ancient deviltry's power was being consumed in a large amount of energy. In other words, the magical beasts he summoned were constantly dying. They were being obstructed. The ancient deviltry sneered and said, "Although there are obstructions, the result will not change. In the end, everyone here will die." "Same thing. Including you," the Holy Maiden replied. "You are underestimating the Fatri sect. Since we dared to come here, we must have made some preparations. I advise you to give up, this is the only way for you to survive." "Give up? Ha ha ha! I never give up the word in my world." The ancient deviltry laughed out wildly. This was what his former master had said. He would always remember this. Following that, the ancient deviltry said indifferently, "Don't be anxious, I have even more powerful people. In addition, let me remind you, from the beginning to the end, your Fatri sect's elder did not make a move. It was only a few youths who blocked them, so no matter how strong this group of people are, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long." Then, the strength from the ancient deviltry surged again. Boom! Boom! The two enormous roots broke through the shackles. Next, it was a fully armored, magical beast covered in immortal light. The ancient deviltry sneered, "Go, kill him for me." The amount of beasts in the army continued to increase, and the speed of Long Fei and the others' breakthroughs became slower and slower. The amount of beasts in the army continued to increase, and the speed of Long Fei and the others' breakthroughs became slower and slower. Moreover, from beginning to end, Xiang Helian and the others had never appeared. Chu Qing and Qin Shuang's signal detonators were released, but the result was still the same. Xiang Helian did not appear, and no other disciples from the Fatri sect appeared as well. However, the good thing was, Long Fei and the rest of the disciples who took the examination managed to attract all the demonic beasts in Dark Magic Forest, and the other disciples managed to survive. However, no one knew what had happened. No one knew what Long Fei was currently going through either. He couldn't hold on any longer. He was on the verge of collapsing. The Azure Dragon War God's clothes were torn. Its defense was very strong, but it wasn't invincible. If not for this armor, Long Fei and the others would have died long ago. Next time, I have to develop a stronger battle uniform set. Long Fei looked at the hole in his chest. The claw marks had cut open his clothes, and his claws were stuck on his battle clothes. If he advanced just a little more, his stomach would have been ripped open. Lan Mei and Tan De Peo's situation was about the same. In addition to the days and nights of battle of exhaustion, Tan De Peo was obviously holding on with all his might. Even descendant of Holy General would not be able to withstand such a battle. Roar! With a roar, celestial light pierced through the sky. Similarly, golden light flashed. Long Fei's heart tensed up. The stronger beasts are coming. Tan De Peo looked at Long Fei and said, "Boss, why don't I go?" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei immediately said, "If you're going, it's me. I, Long Fei, would never send my own brothers to their deaths." Tan De Peo lowered his head slightly and clenched his fist. Qin Shuang walked over. His body was also covered in wounds, and on his left shoulder and right arm, there were deep wounds that could be seen through bone. He said, "Brother Long, looks like an even stronger demon beast has appeared. What do we do?" They wouldn't be able to handle this kind of situation. If they had an even more powerful magical beast, they wouldn't be able to take it. Long Fei frowned, his brain spinning so fast that it could fly, but he did not come up with a good idea. They were too tired now. Su Su's face was pale white. The breath of true spirit in the pubes had already dried up and was unable to release even a single strand of cure. Having lost this wet nurse, it became even more difficult for them. "Is there nothing we can do?" Long Fei's heart sank. Jing Yuanheng said, I just don't know what the Elder Xiang is doing. You're still not here even after so long? Chu Qing's face was also anxious as he said, right now, only the Elder Xiang and the others can save us. We've used up all the signal detonators, why don't we go and call them? They even held hope for Xiang Helian. But they simply did not know what Xiang Helian was thinking in his heart. At this moment, space flashed. A figure appeared in front of Long Fei. Long Fei suddenly stood up and stared at him. Zhang Tianfeng? He he. Zhang Tianfeng smiled slightly and said, Long Fei, do you want to escape? Buzz buzz. The Zhenshilong sword began to buzz. Zhang Tianfeng was not afraid in the slightest as he said, This is only a clone of mine, it's useless even if you kill me. And right now I just have to save you. Chu Qing looked at Zhang Tianfeng's clone and said, Aren't you outer door presbyter? Go inform the Elder Xiang and have them come over to provide support. Zhang Tianfeng laughed complacently and looked at Long Fei. That's fine, but the condition is that you have to hand over what I want, otherwise you guys will have to die here. Qin Shuang's eyes went cold as he scolded, Elder Tsang, what do you mean? As an elder of the Fatri sect, you have an obligation and must seek for help. This is the responsibility of the disciples of the Fatri sect. Zhang Tianfeng sneered and said, Don't talk about this with me, who are you two right now? You're just an ant in a desperate situation. All you need to do is wait for the next wave of attacks and all of you will die. Now, as long as you hand over what I want, I will immediately go inform Elder Xiang and I guarantee that I will bring him here. It appeared at this moment, Zhang Tianfeng was absolutely sure that he could take Long Fei down. Moreover, Long Fei was completely out of food. He had used up all of the techniques and treasures that he could use, so he had no other choice. The corner of Long Fei's mouth rose as he said indifferently, This is the reason why Elder Xiang did not come to provide support, right? You are working for the Elder Xiang. Zhang Tianfeng's gaze tightened and his face darkened. He pretended to be calm as he said, Why isn't it important for me to do anything? The important thing is that only I can call for reinforcements and only I can save you. Long Fei. Do you have any other choice? Arrogant. This time, he would definitely eat Long Fei. Chu Qing looked at Long Fei and asked, What exactly is this thing? Long Fei did not reply. He knew that even if he gave the God's design token to Zhang Tianfeng, he would not be able to save them. Moreover, once Xiang Helian obtained the God's design token, he would definitely not let a third party know about this matter, and even Zhang Tianfeng would die. God's design token S. The person who obtains the order badge will be qualified to enter God's design attic to train. It could be said, no divine treasure could compare to the God's design token, so its value was easy to imagine. Xiang Helian would never let anyone know. Then again, the God's design token had a path to the God's design attic, so if he wanted to save the Sky Sword Spirit, he had to go to the God's design attic. Roar! With another heavy roar, the surrounding magical beasts began to move. Zhang Tianfeng said, Long Fei, you have no other choice. If you want to live, hand over the thing. Long Fei said, Save me? Do you think I would believe it? Zhang Tianfeng's face sank and said, What do you mean? Long Fei smirked and said, Dragon sword. Buzz! The dragon sword moved and slashed downwards. Long Fei said at the same time, You want the refining fire? Have your master come in person. Boom! The sword slashed apart Zhang Tianfeng's clone. In the dark, Zhang Tianfeng was so angry that his entire body was trembling. You ungrateful bastard, do you want to die? Then go to hell. Just when he was angry, a cold voice came from behind him. It seems like you failed again? His voice was cold. Zhang Tianfeng's pupils constricted as he instantly knelt on the ground. Uncle Xiang, Xiang Helian came out from the shadows and said coldly, Useless thing. Zhang Tianfeng trembled and quickly kowtowed. Uncle Xiang, I still have a chance. Xiang Helian said, Don't say any more, right now I only need you to do one thing, and that is to snatch that brat's corpse for me. You don't need to care about other matters. Kid, since you chose to die, then go and die. Xiang Helian, who was in the god's holy state, saw what happened just now very clearly. To think that he could go from Zhang Tianfeng to him, this brat was not simple. If that's the case, then die. No one questioned Long Fei. However, the current situation was rather difficult. Qin Shuang looked at Long Fei and said, The next wave of attack is about to begin. Long Fei looked at his right arm, stood still, and said, I still have one more move. I still have another move. I still have another move. Everyone looked at Long Fei. All of the available moves had been used, and every single one of them only had a scant bit of true spiritual value remaining. There was another move at this time? Qin Shuang immediately asked, What move? Long Fei didn't directly say it and said, I need your cooperation, and I must definitely cooperate extremely well. Tanda Peo stood up and said, Boss, just tell me what to do. Long Fei was now their core. The only person who could save them was Long Fei. Everyone looked at Long Fei, treating him as their savior. Long Fei did not hesitate, and directly explained in detail. Jing Yuanhang was a little doubtful and asked, Can you do it? Tanda Peo blindly believed in Long Fei. He had followed Long Fei for such a long time, but he had never known where Long Fei's limits were. Qin Shuang looked at Long Fei and said, I'll be the second one. Jing Yuanhang looked at them and said, All right, I'll be third. Lan Mei and Chu Qing stood up and said, We can also do it. Su Su was not to be outdone, I can do it too. Long Fei said, Su Su, you stay. Recover a little more your true spiritual value and do your best to give it to the person who needs it the most. If we succeed, we will all be able to survive. If I fail, if there is a next life, then I, Long Fei, will be your slave. Long Fei said with a heavy voice. This move was very risky, but he could only try it once. This might be the only chance. Qin Shuang said, We are brothers if we carry it together, if we die together. Before, I was prejudiced against you, from today onwards, no matter what happens in the future, I will accept you as my brother. All right. Long Fei said with a heavy voice as he stretched out his hand and said, Come. He put his hands on it and said, We're brothers, let's carry them together. F***ck. In the dark. Xiang Helian laughed coldly, Seems like you want to fight to the death. It's really laughable. You overestimate yourself. That's not right. That's not enough to describe them. Zhang Tianfeng slightly said, Uncle Xiang, that Long Fei brat is mysterious. He has all sorts of mysterious powers. Humph. That's because you're useless. Without waiting for Zhang Tianfeng to finish speaking, Xiang Helian immediately poured a bucket of cold water over him. If not for the fact that he needed Zhang Tianfeng to do something, he would not be in this world anymore. Zhang Tianfeng's gaze trembled, and he immediately fell silent. Xiang Helian looked coldly in the distance. No matter how mysterious your strength is, it has to have a realm to it. A mere trash of the god's elephant state, no matter how much he jumps, he can't do anything about it. Just wait for death. It was extremely disdainful. It was filled with disdain. In his heart, Zhang Tianfeng also secretly said, Long Fei, just you wait, you will soon become a dead dog, ha ha. This is the result of fighting with me, ha ha ha. The ancient deviltry was trapped. The ancient deviltry said slightly, They will disappear soon, their corpses will be transported here shortly. The holy maiden was extremely anxious, because the person the ancient deviltry was talking about was not Elder Xiang Helian, but a group of young people. Exam for a rookie? Or was he a disciple of the Fatri sect? Or could it be Could it be Long Fei? She was feeling anxious. Ancient Deviltree could see the anxiety in the Holy Maiden's heart and said, "Looks like there is someone in here that you are worried about. Ha ha ha. No wonder you didn't hesitate to use your blood essence to fight me. But come to think of it, if it really is that boy, then he's not bad at all. At least it pisses me off." The ancient Deviltree's voice went cold and said, "That's why he died so miserably." The Holy Maiden's mind was thrown into chaos, and she couldn't help but look behind her. Her mind became even more confused. No. Someone once told me that Long Fei would come to the Fatri sect. After 100 years of waiting, the appointed time has come. Is he here? No way. I can't let him take the risk. The Holy Maiden's mind became even more chaotic. The golden light around her body began to flicker, and the energy that was calming her heart began to waver. Suddenly, the Holy Maiden was startled. The ancient Deviltree laughed excitedly, and started to crazily release a boundless demonic energy, directly surging into the Holy Maiden's mind, taking advantage of the situation to enter. Ha ha ha! Can the Holy Maiden's heart still be disturbed? It seems like the old demoness Jingxin probably hasn't calculated it to this extent, right? The Holy Maiden's expression changed slightly. She landed heavily once again. The demonic intent in her mind began to invade her mind and her sea of consciousness. The ancient Deviltree laughed excitedly and said, "You can't save him. Not only that, you have to become my servant, and the Fatri sect's Holy Maiden becomes my slave." Ha ha ha! The Holy Maiden's eyes slightly tightened. In between his eyebrows, a sword intent flashed out from the diamond immortal seal. Rainbow light flashed. The sword intent slashed out. The devilish will of the Holy Maiden was completely shattered. Ancient Deviltree's expression changed. "Xianyuan Emperor Sword? I didn't expect you to be a disciple of the Xianyuan branch." The Holy Maiden's body shook secretly, cutting off the demons in her heart, but her mind was in chaos, and at this moment she was extremely weak. Moreover, at this moment, she could feel a few figures behind her, their devilish auras pressing down on her. The aura of the Devil Sect. The death shadow of the Devil Sect, the eyes of heaven. He looked at the Holy Maiden of the Fatri sect who was struggling to endure the pressure of the Devil aura, and said with a cold smile, "It seems that from today onwards, the Holy Maiden of the Fatri sect will fall into my demonic way." Ha ha ha! Yi Zichen moved his hands. The devilish chi was like a black devilish flame that crazily surged towards the Holy Maiden. Double pincer attack. The Holy Maiden's face became somewhat pale. Moreover, her heart was still with someone else. Her unstoppable worry was the most deadly thing that could happen to her. At the same time, on Long Fei's side, rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of magical beasts shook the sky, their roars and trampling could be heard, causing the entire dark magic forest to tremble. "He's here! He's here!" Tan DePeo ran with all his might. At this moment, Qin Shuang also shouted out loud, "He's here! He's here!" The two armies of magical beasts came together. Jing Yuanheng shouted, "I'm coming over too, Big Brother Long Fei, are you ready?" Lan Mei and Chu Qing were running towards Long Fei. All of the magical beast armies combined into one, forming a conical formation. The one leading them was a magical beast that flickered with immortal light. It roared as its power crushed everything in its path. Qin Shuang, Tan DePeo was practically holding on with his life. Long Fei looked at his right arm, very calm, and his heart was also incomparably calm. He said in his heart, "I have never seen your strongest strength. Brother! Explode for me today." Then, Long Fei started to run, watching the triangular army charge towards him. His right hand sank. Kacha, Kacha! The big Master Guard arm quickly assembled. His strength sank. He poured all his true spiritual value into it. One strike to destroy 10,000 soldiers. Great Hegemon's fist explode. Fully infused. Fully infused. He was betting on this punch. Inside the big Master Guard arm, there were 18 ancient giant demons, and all 18 of their powers were linked together. F. The veins on Long Fei's neck popped out as he roared. On his right arm, a divine light was flashing. Pouncing on it with all his strength, he threw a punch at the magical beast at the very front. Boom! The moment they came into contact, their strength exploded forth. The magical beast's stomach caved in, and its rapid charge halted in an instant. The magical beasts behind it all charged forward as if they were accustomed to doing so. Bang, bang, bang! The magical beasts collided. At this moment, bang, 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 bang. Energy exploded out piece by piece. With his strength continuously increasing, S' body sank down from the left and right, and his right arm pushed down heavily. Explode for me! Rumble! An earth-shaking explosion. Those demonic beasts that had clashed with Long Fei instantly retreated, all of them stunned by Long Fei's power. The bloody grooves on their heads continuously formed bright red damage. 203-8921 inch, 382-0021-298-3210. All of them dealt over 1,000,000 damage, and the damage was continuously stacked on top of the magical beast's head. The power of this punch was unleashed to its limit. Long Fei had also reached his limit. His body was trembling. The inside of the big Master Guard arm crazily absorbed his true spiritual value. Any power of the divine treasures required true spiritual value to be activated. The big Master Guard arm was no exception. If one wanted to unleash the strongest of its power, they would have to pour an incomparably enormous amount of true spiritual value into it. His true spiritual value was dwindling crazily, and in a few short seconds, he reached the bottom. However, what was fortunate was that Long Fei had won the bet. At least, his fist was able to block the attacks of over 1,000 magical beasts. Looking at the damage floating above their heads, they should be fine as long as they persevere for another 10 seconds. Wow! Jing Yuanhang was startled. He saw an unbelievable scene. Is this a human? A single punch was able to block thousands of magical beasts, and those magical beasts all seemed to be in great pain. Too awesome! Qin Shuang's eyes lit up and he subconsciously clenched his fist. Looking at Long Fei's powerful fist, his heart secretly tightened. If it was me, I would definitely not be able to block it. I am the royal realm, but... The strength of his punch has already surpassed the power of royal realm, right? Even if it is a god treasure, I'm afraid I cannot release his power. Even if I can release this power, can I be as fearless as him? Can I? The answer is no. Qin Shuang knew that he couldn't. However, he learned it from Long Fei. The path of the martial arts training was one of fighting against the heavens and fighting with one's own life. Chu Qing's face was also filled with shock. So powerful, I haven't seen him for a while. He has become much stronger. Hearing them praising Long Fei, Su Su and Lan Mei both felt complacent, as if they were praising them. Tan De Peo said excitedly, "My boss is extremely strong. What does this kind of impossible situation count as? Even if it's a life and death situation, he can escape with his life. He's a legend. He is a miracle." Heh heh. Tan De Peo was excited, seeing Long Fei's explosive punch. He secretly thought in his heart, I have to work even harder. The scene was too terrifying, and no one could contain their shock. It was a scene they had never seen before. Similarly, even that kind of trash, Xiang Halian, was shocked as the center of his brows tightened. He said softly, I really didn't think that a mere trash like you, a god's elephant state, would have such power. He really is extraordinary, Zhang Tianfeng said. This kid is not ordinary at all. He seems to have an inexhaustible amount of treasures on him. In this kind of situation, forget about God's elephant state, even the Emperor realm wouldn't dare to go head-to-head against him. One person fighting against 1,000 demon beasts is simply too unbelievable. Humph! Xiang Helian laughed coldly and said, "Unbelievable? A miracle? Myth? If I, Xiang Helian, wanted a person to kneel down, no one would be able to stand up." Zhang Tianfeng was shocked. It was also at this time. A phantom suddenly appeared on Xiang Helian's body and disappeared in a flash. Persist. Hold on. Long Fei. Long Fei clenched his teeth, his eyes sinister, and roared loudly. The consumption of his true spiritual value was too fast, and he could clearly feel his strength falling once again. At a time like this, Long Fei could only go and fight with his life on the line, and endure for as long as possible for a second longer. Even if he couldn't kill all of these magical beasts, he had to make sure they didn't move or else he would be the one to die. Ah! Long Fei roared. Just when the beasts could not hold on any longer and Long Fei saw a ray of hope. A shadow flashed. It directly landed in front of Long Fei. Long Fei was startled. Who? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the figure revealed a sinister sneer, changed the direction of his energy, and blasted a palm strike at the location of the pubes in Long Fei's abdomen. Boom! Long Fei was powerless to resist them. Abdominal colic. The pubes looked like it was about to shatter. Although he did not need to use the pubes to absorb and release his true spiritual value, his body was still in extreme pain. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, roar! Those demon beasts that were being crushed by Long Fei let out an incomparably angry roar. Even though they were severely injured, but he did not lose his ability to fight. Especially the two peak immortal stage beasts, their eyes flashed with a bloody light as they stared at Long Fei. Long Fei's heart tensed up. It's over. He turned around and looked at Lan Mei and the others who were not far away, and shouted loudly, "Run!" Tanda Peo rushed forward bravely. It was the same for Su Su and Lan Mei. However, they were too far away, so there was nothing they could do at this time. Long Fei didn't have anything at the moment. No matter what skill he used, he could not activate it. It could be said that he was waiting for death right now. "Run! Don't come near me! Faster!" Long Fei shouted hysterically. Xiang Helian laughed coldly, looked at Zhang Tianfeng and said, "Prepare to collect the corpses." Zhang Tianfeng said excitedly, "You're still the best, Uncle Xiang, hee." Zhang Tianfeng walked out. At this moment, a beam of light flashed, and a unicorn flew past. At this moment, Chu Qing was shocked, as though he was grabbing onto life-saving straw of grass. He immediately shouted out, "Brother Zhou, save me!" The unicorn slightly stopped. Then, a white light flashed and fell. "Junior Sister Chu, why are you here too?" Chu Qing said anxiously. "Senior brother, save him, save him." The young man in white looked into the distance and looked at Long Fei. Then, he moved his feet and waved his single-horned heaven horse, waving his sword. A single sword strike had broken through 10,000 kilometers. Those magical beasts were just like chickens and dogs. They were all caused by the sword lights and shattered. So strong that it was suffocating. Walala! 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 1,000 magical beasts were instantly killed. Moreover, with a sword thrust, the white-clothed man rode the unicorn and instantly left without even looking at it. What is this? A strong confidence. It was a form of scorn as well. These magical beasts didn't even qualify to enter his eyes. Everyone was stunned. When Long Fei felt that sword, he was extremely shocked in his heart, so strong. He would have to risk his life to block it, but the sword slay. Even if the beasts were not harmed, he could still easily deal with them, but Long Fei could only carry them by himself. Similarly, The difference in level between the two wasn't ordinary either. One magical beast after another fell. His body shattered. Long Fei swallowed all of it heavily, his entire body falling to the ground as he exhaled deeply. He survived. It was also at this time. The system started to explode. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 510,000 experience points for killing a demon beast, 30,000 true spiritual value, and 0 universal value. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining 500,000 experience points for killing a demon beast, true spiritual value 30,000, universal value 0. Ding. Ding. The system kept ringing. However, the experience wasn't as much as it had been at the beginning. It was unknown whether it was because Long Fei had leveled up, or because that sword strike was too gorgeous, and he had absorbed the experience of all the beasts, but he had gained a lot less experience. However, 1,000 or so demon beasts' experience points reaching 500 or 600 million was still quite pleasurable. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at level 4 Celestial Phenomenon. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at level 5 Celestial Phenomenon. 2 continuous sounds. At the same time, Long Fei's true spiritual value had been restored to full. It was also at this time. The system rang out once again. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. You have received a special reward of Destiny Beat. Huh. Upgrade reward? So cool. Long Fei was secretly delighted. It had been a long time since he had received a level-up reward, and looking at the special reward, it seemed to be very different. Destiny Beat? What is this? Strength. Destiny Beat, one-time use of strength stats, instant kill. He hadn't used much of his description, but these 2 words, inst-kill. However, when Long Fei saw these 2 words, his gaze became a little dazed, because the meaning of the word instant kill was too strong. My God! Destiny Beat, one hit, one kill, this great master system, are you going to go against the heavens? Ha ha! I like your heaven-defying temper, ha ha! Long Fei was extremely excited. His mind started to search for a target. Emperor Xian, oh Emperor Xian, do you think I should leave that to you? He shouldn't have any restrictions on the Destiny Beat, right? Emperor Xian should also be able to instantly kill it, right? But, when Long Fei thought about the avatars that he had, even if he killed the avatars, it would be an instant kill. The existence of the Emperor Xian, the strongest boss, all sorts of avatars were assured. And then again, Long Fei didn't even know where the base shrine of the gods tribe was right now. Too far away. I don't care. With this power, I'm not afraid of anyone right now. Long Fei was secretly excited. Right now, he just wanted to meet a super powerful boss and then, one-hit kill. Experience exploded. Not only that, to be able to go berserk, that would be great news. Boss, are you alright? Big brother Long Fei. The 3 of them hurriedly ran over. Long Fei stood up, patted on the dirt on his body and said, I'm fine, I'm fine. You 3, when I tell you to run, you must run. Do you understand? Seeing that Long Fei was fine, Su's tears were spinning. The scene just now was too dangerous. The beast's claws were about to touch Long Fei. If it was another second, Long Fei's head would probably fly out. Long Fei scratched Su's nose and said, Idiot, what are you crying for? Am I not fine? Chu Qing and the other 2 also walked over. Long Fei immediately asked, Who was that person riding the fairy beast? He saved my life, and I have to thank him. Chu Qing said, He is the great senior brother of our factory sect, and also the young sect master. He is the #1 powerhouse of our factory sect's younger generation. At the age of 25, he has already stepped into the gods' holy state, and I heard that his attainments in the way of the sword have already stepped into the divine way. A single sword strike was able to instantly kill all of those magical beasts. This is too powerful. Young sect master? Long Fei memorized it. Tandapeo was a little dissatisfied. If Boss had not injured all of those beasts, would he have been able to kill them in one shot? Qin Shuang said indifferently. That's true. Long Fei said. Cannons, they saved our lives, we should be thankful for that. Heavenly Horse Fairy Beast did not even give them a glance. He was rather arrogant. But even if they were strong, they still had the qualifications to be arrogant. In any case, if not for Zhou Yuan and the others, they would already be dead. Tandapeo replied, Got it. Jing Yuanhang slightly asked, Why is young sect master here? Wasn't he in seclusion preparing for the immortal sect's battle with the heroes? Why are we here? Chu Qing said, Isn't that simple? Since the Holy Maiden is here, he will definitely come as well. The Holy Maiden is his fiancée. Qin Shuang was startled, and said, Just now, young sect master left in a hurry, could it be that the Holy Maiden is in danger? At this moment, rumble! Not far away, a blood-red demonic flame suddenly ignited. A big tree suddenly grew up. Immediately, the demonic energy in the entire dark magic forest dispersed like mist, causing everyone's mind to become restless. Long Fei's mind tensed up. Protect your heart, don't let the demon thoughts confuse your mind. Faster! Everyone quickly sat on the ground and tried to control their mind. At the same time, Xiang Helian clenched his fists tightly, his teeth chattering loudly as he said solemnly, Brat, consider yourself lucky, let's wait and see. If Zhou Yuan had appeared, then something big must have happened. He didn't dare to be negligent. Moreover, right now the demonic energy in the dark magic forest was simply too dense. At this time, those hidden disciples of magic sect would definitely be unable to control themselves and would be completely exposed. The new disciples that he brought with him would also be confused. Once the demonic intent entered his body and fell into the demonic path, the sovereign would definitely punish him. In any case, Long Fei would not leave. He would not be in a hurry to leave for a moment. Rumble! Another loud sound rang out. The demonic flame became even more ferocious. At the same time, a painful scream rang out. The woman screamed. Long Fei's mind was in a mess. He did not know why, but when he heard the scream, his heart suddenly sank, his forehead tightened, and said softly, You guys are right here, I'll go take a look. With regards to the demon Qi, Long Fei did not need to resist much. With regards to the demon Qi, Long Fei did not need to resist much. His idea became abnormally determined during the sword practice that elder swordsmen taught him. Even if the dense demonic energy wanted to invade his mind, it would be very difficult. Unless he was willing, otherwise, he would never be controlled by the demonic intent. He had an ominous premonition. At the same time, he still couldn't forget about the dark magic forest boss in his heart. After all, with so many immortal stage magic beasts appearing and the boss not appearing, this meant that the level of this boss was not low. If he could kill it, then it would be perfect. Long Fei quickly approached. The number 1 genius of Fatri sect is only SOSO. Ha ha ha! As he looked at Zhou Yuan, whose chest had been cut open and blood was trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealed a hint of despise. Zhou Yuan replied, Devil Sect's number 1 powerhouse is only SOSO. A stubborn mouth. Tian Ming laughed. You are still too inexperienced in front of me. Noob. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan laughed madly and said, Then aren't you too old? Zhou Yuan was injured, but he was not afraid of the heaven's eyes. On the contrary, he had intentionally injured himself in the last 2 strikes. When a hero saves a beauty, it saves a soul. What he saved was a life and death situation, and this kind of heroic talent for saving the beauty was able to win over the heart of the beauties. How can you show a thrill without a little injury? Zhou Yuan had never appeared. Just waiting. He knew that the ancient deviltry could not take the life of the holy maiden. Even if he appeared, it would only be an ordinary hero saving a beauty. He wanted to move the holy maiden. He wanted her to agree to his proposal and marry him willingly. So, what was the point of suffering? The holy maiden said, "Senior brother, leave quickly. Don't worry about me." The holy maiden bitterly held on. Although there was the Xianyuan Emperor sword protecting her heart and preventing the devil will from invading her body, she still had to endure the demonic might released by the heaven's eyes. She was on the verge of collapsing. Under the dual attacks of her devil will, she was reaching her limit. Moreover, her resistance grew weaker and weaker. "Sisterly, I won't leave you behind." Zhou Yuan's tone carried a trace of injury, and he felt very weak. Heaven's eyes sneered, "He really wants to die, just die with me, no? Fall into my devil Tao together, young sect master of Fatri sect, and all the holy maiden have all joined my devil sect. This matter will definitely be spread widely in western regions, and after my devil sect unifies our western regions, we might become 1,000. Oh, it's a great thing. Ha ha ha." The sword intent on Zhou Yuan moved. "Devil sect dog, hand over your life." The heaven's eyes also turned malevolent. "You're courting death." Buzz! The two swords clashed, and sword shadows wreaked havoc everywhere. The sword cheese even pierced through the surrounding space, creating streams of space visible to the naked eye. Boom! Boom! They collided and bounced off each other. The two of them were like two gods fighting. The ancient deviltry could not help but say, "So powerful, if they all died, I could absorb the true essence in their bodies, hee." No! A person's true essence is enough. I can break out of the Ji-in shackles. The ancient deviltry was excited. He was also waiting. He wasn't worried at all about the demonic beasts that had died just now. As long as Zhou Yuan and Heaven Eyes were to die, even if he absorbed true essence, he would be able to break out of his imprisonment. The people here are all the same, they all have to die. The holy maiden did not dare say anything, as she was afraid that she would affect Zhou Yuan's mind. Rumble. After exchanging thousands of moves in half a minute, Zhou Yuan revealed a breathless look. The chi on Heaven's Eye was also in chaos, but compared to Zhou Yuan's panting, he was much better. "Just these two?" Zhou Yuan said. "Aren't you the only one who knows how to do so? Your mouth is quite sharp, but..." Suddenly, Sky Eye figure blurred. Zhou Yuan's body subconsciously appeared to be in a defensive state, but... In that instant, his gaze tightened as he said in a deep voice, "Be careful, sisterly." Ha ha ha! Tian Shi's sword fell on the holy maiden's shoulder. With just a slight movement, the holy maiden's head would be chopped off. Zhou Yuan's gaze tensed up, and the aura on his body suddenly changed. He was no longer panting. Heaven's Eyes laughed coldly. "She is your beloved woman, right? If you want her alive, then kneel down." The muscles at the corner of Zhou Yuan's eyes twitched, the look in his eyes became gloomy, and the chi on his body became exceptionally cold, as he said sinisterly, "You better take the sword away or else I will take your life." Completely different. It was as though he had instantly become another person. The Heaven's Eyes also trembled slightly, because he felt a very familiar aura from Zhou Yuan's body. This was not the demonic energy from anger. It was the demonic chi that would only appear after training for a long time. Heaven's Eyes sneered and said, "I said, if you want him alive, then kneel down." Not waiting for him to finish, Zhou Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark red light, the sword intent around his body moved. Wang! The divine path! A divine light flashed in the sky. The entire dark magic forest sunk. It was also at this time. The Heaven's Eyes slightly raised his head as his pupils abruptly contracted. In the next second, Zhou Yuan disappeared. In the next second, a ray of sword light appeared in Heaven's eye. There was a small bloody wound in the center of his forehead. His body trembled and the sword fell from his hand. Without saying a single word, his body slowly fell to the ground. There wasn't even time to react. This strike, too strong. A sword that was like divine aid. He did not know how Zhou Yuan had unleashed his sword, nor did he know where his sword was located. Heaven's Eyes' cultivation was higher than Zhou Yuan's, but he did not even have the chance to react. The ancient devil tree did not care about all that. With a move of its roots, it directly absorbed the Heaven's Eyes body. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! The ancient devil tree began to laugh crazily. His huge body started to transform as he said excitedly, "It's been so many years and I've finally broken through my shackles. Ha ha! Now, everyone must die." Rumble! The ancient devil tree absorbed all the corpses in Heaven's Eye, causing a scarlet demonic flame to shoot out thousands of miles, directly covering the entire dark magic forest. At this moment, the entire dark magic forest began to move. Streams of Yin power crazily rushed towards the ancient devil tree. The ancient devil tree looked at Zhou Yuan and said, "Your acting is not bad. It's not the path of God, but the path of demons. This is even better. The strength of your body is more suitable for me." Ha ha! They have to die, they have to die. Boom! Boom! Two strong forces of Yin directly rose up, and instantly crushed Zhou Yuan and the Holy Maiden. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.